never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US Vice President Kamala Harris would deliver her closing argument to voters on Tuesday in a major speech in the heart of the nation's capital. She'll speak at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where President Donald Trump addressed a mob of his supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the last election in 2020. Benji Hire has more.
A week to go until polls close, and this is Kamala Harris's chance to offer her final pitch to America, framing Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. Tens of thousands of people are expected to attend her speech, focused on a future of freedom and hope, themes central to her campaign. This is about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the timing, all intentional, sending a message that draws a stark contrast between the vice president and the former president, who remain deadlocked in the race for the Oval Office. Benji Hire, Washington.
A week before the US presidential election, Republican candidate Donald Trump has attacked his rival Kamala Harris, accusing her of trying to destroy the country. The former president said the Biden administration's border policies have hurt the US.
In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems the likes of which we never thought possible.
It comes as the Trump campaign tries to distance itself from racist remarks made at a rally on Sunday in New York. Trump spoke from Florida.
No person has caused so much destruction and death at home and abroad should ever be allowed to be the president of the United States. Can't have that. Can't have that. So I'm running on a plan to save America. We're going to save America. We have no choice. It's the greatest there is. We love it, and we're going to save it. And she's running on a campaign of demoralization and really a campaign of destruction.
And Donald Trump's former advisor and close ally Steve Bannon is set to be released from prison on Tuesday. He spent 4 months in a federal prison in Connecticut for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena over the January 6th riots at the US Capitol. Ira Spitzer reports.
Steve Bannon's release comes just a week before the presidential election, and the longtime Trump confidant has scheduled a news conference at a New York City hotel this afternoon. Bannon, who served for a while as Trump's chief White House strategist, is an influential and controversial conservative commentator. He was a prominent voice pushing Trump's false election fraud claims after the former president's loss in 2020. Bannon is expected to dive into the fray for the final week of campaigning, although it's still unknown what role he might play in the Trump campaign.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at Iran's capacity to take further military action against Israel. Even if it wants to, some Western defense analysts believe that Israel's Friday night attack on Tehran, in retaliation for this month's earlier ballistic missile attack by the Iranians on Israel, has left the Iranian military reeling. The Israelis went after what they called military targets, including several fuel mixing facilities, the places where Iran's military prepared the solid fuel that is used in the country's ballistic arsenal. Professor Gwydion Prinz is a former member of the UK Chief of Defence's Strategy Advisory Panel and a former NATO advisor.
I don't think it's removed absolutely all their capability. They obviously will have a supply of viable ballistic missiles and of drones, but there are 20-odd of these very complicated mixing machines. The Iranians will have great difficulty to remanufacture them or to get them from abroad. It means that if you can't manufacture the fuel, then you don't have any ability to make the missiles fly. And so that was clearly what the Israelis did. So Israel can defend itself in the short term against whatever arsenal they still have, but they won't have the ability to replace that arsenal quickly.
Over the weekend, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said the Israeli attack on his country should neither be downplayed nor exaggerated. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. US presidential candidate Kamala Harris is due to give closing arguments tonight at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., site of a major Trump Stop the Steal rally from 2020 after the last election. Contender Donald Trump has attacked Harris's border policy at a speech in Florida as the campaign tries to distance itself from racist comments made by a comedian at one of his rallies. And that's the latest from Feature Story News. Caroline Malone reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All right, that is my cue. So hi there. Ready for a brand new day? Well, ready or not, here we go. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Scratch another day off the calendar. 30th of October. That's what we'll be working our way into from time zone to time zone across the country. I guess you could call it Halloween Eve for that matter, right? Yes, indeed. Got the full breakdown for our Halloween trick-or-treaters forecast. Beautiful weather for some, not so pleasant for others. So we will break it all down for you. Yeah, speaking of not so pleasant weather, hey, you're getting your first real taste of winter driving conditions. Ugly, ugly parts of Wyoming. Snow continues to fall, although a bit lighter than what we saw through the afternoon and evening hours, but still a lot of snow from Riverton, Wyoming to just to the west of Casper, where they've seen heavy accumulations. They're on Casper Mountain and Green Mountain. Cold spilling in way down south. Hard freeze warnings all the way into the southern and southeastern portions of Colorado. Higher elevations even in central New Mexico. And believe it or not, some freeze warnings all the way down into southeastern portions of Arizona tonight. Big time cold air spilling in. Low temperatures are going to drop to about 30 degrees Wednesday morning. And again, this is all the way down in southeastern Wyoming, or Arizona. Frost and freeze conditions could kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, possibly damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. So get ready. Here's our first big-time taste of Old Man Winter. Was looking over some of the road conditions out of Wyoming there. Yeah, road and weather updates. Yeah, I-80 through the evening hours. Lots of spin-outs, trucks in the median, semi-accidents, cargo scattered about. It was shut down at about the 78-mile marker. Backup was about 4 miles. Again, that's going back just several hours ago. Wyoming 220, Muddy Gap. Casper, slushy conditions, reduced visibility. No unnecessary travel, and buckle up was the word from the Wyoming DOT. I-80, stalled vehicles, right lane blocked, eastbound near Green River, milepost 80. Expect delays there. Had a post about an hour ago, said 3 semis just parked in the middle of the road, I-80 eastbound, right after Creston Junction, the exit there. Watch out. So, yes, some of the road conditions downright ugly in that part of the country. We're actually going to be looking for a transition from rain to snow. Some of that heavier snow moving into southwestern South Dakota, Rapid City. You're about to see a transition to some wintry precipitation. East of the snowy weather is a lot of rain. Rain tonight through much of North Dakota. Heavier rains from Fargo to Grand Forks on up into International Falls. Aside from that, we've got a line of showers and even a few rumbles of thunder beginning to come together back into western portions of Kansas through the day, Wednesday, and on into Thursday. Yeah, that's going to be developing into a pretty significant line of possibly severe thunderstorms in the mix. This line is going to set up severe but brief thunderstorms from the plains today, Wednesday, to the mid-Mississippi Valley there on Thursday, Halloween. Now, the severe weather threat will include the potential for a few tornadoes in northeast Oklahoma, eastern Kansas, western Missouri, and northwestern Arkansas later today and on into Wednesday night. Ahead of those thunderstorms, which are associated with a strong cold front, temperatures continue to surge to unusually high levels here for late October. Gusty winds will boost the wildfire risk due to the bone-dry landscape. Starting this weekend and through next week, it looks like a pattern's going to set up that allows for areas of rain to develop and repeat from parts of the plains to portions of the Midwest. Probably not enough rain to trigger river flooding or erase the widespread nature of the drought, but some short-term progress in soil moisture will occur. Enough rain may fall at a local level to trigger some urban flooding and maybe even some flash flooding, small streams in a few cases. There's the potential for 2 to 4 inches of rain, local amounts 4 to 8 inches over a several-day period from Saturday to Tuesday of next week, from central Texas to Illinois, Iowa, perhaps as far north as parts of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Now, AccuWeather said they will be providing more information which areas of the country may be talking some adverse weather conditions, including rain, there on Tuesday, Election Day next week. Weather always does play a role in voter turnout on Election Day itself. River, lake, and reservoir levels are typically low this time of year. This year, as the case has been the last several years, levels are extremely low compared to historical average. I mean, a broad area from Dallas to Kansas City, Missouri, in between have only seen about 30% of your historical average rain dating back to the start of August. So hang on, trick-or-treaters, while warmth may melt the hearts of the creepiest ghouls in the east, there is a chill brewing in the air for parts of the central U.S. and even a storm that'll set the mood for All Hallows Eve in the Northwest. Forecasters are whispering in the winds. The weather in much of the east will be fine and dandy. For the trick-or-treaters, unseasonably warm conditions prevail. In the Northeast, temperatures will fall from the 70s to the 60s and the 50s during the evening hours Thursday, as the little ghosts and goblins roam the neighborhoods. In the Southeast, temperatures will fall from the 70s and lower 80s during the afternoon highs to the 60s in most cases, so probably just a jacket. You can leave it at home. Further west, the weather's going to pack a little more drama. In the Midwest, the Mississippi Valley, parts of the plains, winds are going to be kicking up, potentially tossing around fall decorations, sending falling leaves racing through the neighborhoods for a rather creepy appearance. Along with the gusty winds will be a swath of showers that will extend from the Great Lakes to the western and central Gulf Coast, and heavy enough in some cases to thoroughly soak even the most confident little monsters out there. There will also be some embedded thunderstorms within that activity that could add some lightning flashes in the sky from a great distance. But on a more serious note, claps of thunder will mean that lightning bolts are close enough to be of concern for those outdoors. Anyone outdoors should move inside at that first rumble of thunder. Now, those storms marking the approach of a strong cold front, all that warmth that starts the day in parts of the Midwest and the Mississippi Valley will be followed by a swift chill as the evening progresses Thursday. Around St. Louis, for example, balmy conditions will be fleeting as temperatures tumble to the 50s and 40s, with gusty winds adding to the chill in the evening. Conditions over much of the Great Plains, Rockies, and Southwest should be dry, just fine for trick-or-treating Thursday, but another zone where the weather may do some haunting will be in the Pacific Northwest. The major problem area on Halloween will be in the Northwest, where a storm will bring another round of rain and mountain snow from Washington to Oregon to parts of northern California, northern Idaho, and western Montana. The Northwest, along with parts of the Great Lakes region, is where the rain may last long enough to be a major interference for trick-or-treating there Thursday evening. So a heads up round the country. It is 844-844-3388. Philly Dan checks in right out of the box saying, good morning, drivers. Keep on humping. It is that time already, isn't it? Well, hey, hump day coming on. Hello to Joe, Morning Steve, all the Overnight Drive listeners, 52 here in Cumberland at the midnight hour. Happy hump day to all, and everybody stay safe out there. Marianne is on board. Good morning to the overnight crew. Hello, Shorty, 77 northbound at the South Carolina-North Carolina line, 60 degrees at this hour. Columbus bound tonight. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 56 in Athens, New York. We're kind of in and out of some light rain here tonight. Double truckers, 66, beautiful in Lodi. Winter was brutal, but it's all looking up from here, and I'm ready for summer. Bring it on. Okay. Hey, did we skip a season? What's going on there, double trucker? Anyway, I'll be tuning in a bit later on the home of free speech, Rumble. Hello, Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve. Overnight crew, thanks for the great shows on a nightly basis. You got it. Good to have you on board. Let's see. Good morning, 72 in Central Florida. Glenn says it's the orange barrel season in high gear on I-75. Be careful out there. Jerry, good morning. The wife, Sarah, couldn't sleep last night, so she listened in, and now she's hooked. She likes everything but our left-wing Sundance. She says he's got some issues. Be safe, everybody, and enjoy the show. And Sarah, if you're with us tonight, I appreciate you giving us an opportunity. Thank you so much for tuning in. There's Gilligan on board. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia, 54 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. Zorro, good morning. I need help for a friend. Is there a cure for stupid? I'll wait. All right, good luck with that. Good morning from Rocky Mount, Virginia. Hello, Timothy. It's a cool 50 degrees there. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 50 degrees in Stratton, Colorado. A lot of miles since we last talked just hours ago. I'm going to bed. Special welcome back shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Kit Carson County. Yes, indeed. It was good to hear from the Gouger last evening. Out in the back out on the big highways and byways once again. Josh says, good morning, everybody. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up at 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Buckeye Boy. Where technically it's good evening to Buckeye Boy because he's on the West Coast. My last night in Huntington Beach, California, 59 degrees. I'll load today about 12:30 local. Then we'll head east. Yankees pounded the Dodgers tonight. But it was a bullpen pitching start, so it wasn't really unexpected. Dodgers are up 3-1 in the World Series now. Freddie Freeman extends his World Series home run streak to 4 games in a row. Wow. How anyone can watch those Sows on The View and not throw up is beyond me. Mika of Morning Joe was a guest this past day. That woman is absolutely delusional. She fits right in on that show. Folks, get out and vote early if you can, and if not, please get out there on Tuesday. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. All right, guys. You know, my mother punishes herself. I can continue to tell her, why do you watch The View? She said she tunes in because she kind of wants to hear what the other side is saying, and she's all scared to death about Kamala. I said, stop punishing yourself. Just don't watch it. I don't get it. All right, Stephen, hello, Overnight Drive team. All the truckers on the road tonight. You guys are the best. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. Yes, 6 days till the election. Sunday is the end, of course, of daylight savings time. And in the state of Ohio, it's the last day for early voting. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So the Sunday, last day of early, can't vote on Monday, right? If you don't vote by Sunday, you'll have to do it on Tuesday, Election Day. The boards across the state use Monday before the election for location setup and final checks to help make Tuesday go smoother, she explains. If you're going east or west, hold on to the steering wheel a little tighter. The winds are blowing. Headed for Warsaw, Indiana for my Monday, starting my week. Enjoy the balmy weather tonight. Hazy skies, wind 68 degrees as we roll into Fort Wayne, Indiana. All right, be safe out there. Yeah, it is a comfortable night. 66 is what I'm showing outside the secret bunker here. But yes, the winds are blowing. And come Thursday afternoon, we're in that zone where we're going to see a lot of winds, 35, 40-plus mile per hour gusts right about the time the trick-or-treaters are supposed to be out. Now, we're actually highlighted in a zone for poor trick-or-treat conditions this year. Steven says Tuesday night's going to be a great night for Trump. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. Daniel, good morning from Rapid City, South Dakota. It's cold out. I've been running snow from Rawlins, Wyoming, up through Wyoming, almost to Hot Springs, before it transitioned over to rain. All right, stay safe out there, all you garbage people, says Warren. Yes, I caught that this past day. The headlines. Yeah, it was Trump's Madison Square Gardens rally, right? It was a comedian. I've never heard of the guy, but that alluded to Puerto Rico being an island. What did he refer to it as? An island of a floating island of garbage, I think he called it. A lot of backlash for that. Yeah. Now Trump didn't say it, and Trump tried to distance himself, saying, "Come on, that wasn't proper." But so Joe Biden weighs in and just kind of doubles down on the controversy. As the controversy raged over that comedian's floating island of garbage comment, Joe jumped into the fray, by calling supporters of Donald Trump actual garbage. Uh-oh. In a video call organized by the advocacy group Voto Latino, Biden said Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. Just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. And, of course, immediately that blows up on social media. A lot of folks referring to that as Biden's deplorables moment, referencing 2016 when Hillary called Trump supporters deplorables. One user on X says, "There it is, Biden torpedoing Kamala Harris. Payback? Consciously, subconsciously, who knows? But he's just given MAGA their 2024 deplorables moment." Another link to the video saying, "Basket of deplorables 2.0. A third said, "Another basket of deplorables. Magnificent." Let's take care of our news break. Yeah, Election Day can't get here soon enough, can it?
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US Vice President Kamala Harris would deliver her closing argument to voters on Tuesday in a major speech in the heart of the nation's capital. She'll speak at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where President Donald Trump addressed a mob of his supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the last election in 2020. Benji Hire has more.
A week to go until polls close, and this is Kamala Harris's chance to offer her final pitch to America, framing Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. Tens of thousands of people are expected to attend her speech, focused on a future of freedom and hope, themes central to her campaign. This is about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the timing, all intentional, sending a message that draws a stark contrast between the vice president and the former president, who remain deadlocked in the race for the Oval Office. Benji Hire, Washington.
A week before the US presidential election, Republican candidate Donald Trump has attacked his rival Kamala Harris, accusing her of trying to destroy the country. The former president said the Biden administration's border policies have hurt the US.
In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems the likes of which we never thought possible.
It comes as the Trump campaign tries to distance itself from racist remarks made at a rally on Sunday in New York. Trump spoke from Florida.
No person has caused so much destruction and death at home and abroad should ever be allowed to be the president of the United States. Can't have that. Can't have that. So I'm running on a plan to save America. We're going to save America. We have no choice. It's the greatest there is. We love it, and we're going to save it. And she's running on a campaign of demoralization and really a campaign of destruction.
And Donald Trump's former advisor and close ally Steve Bannon is set to be released from prison on Tuesday. He spent 4 months in a federal prison in Connecticut for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena over the January 6th riots at the US Capitol. Ira Spitzer reports.
Steve Bannon's release comes just a week before the presidential election, and the longtime Trump confidant has scheduled a news conference at a New York City hotel this afternoon. Bannon, who served for a while as Trump's chief White House strategist, is an influential and controversial conservative commentator. He was a prominent voice pushing Trump's false election fraud claims after the former president's loss in 2020. Bannon is expected to dive into the fray for the final week of campaigning, although it's still unknown what role he might play in the Trump campaign.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
What do you say? Rolling into Hump Day. And Cliff is on board. Kevin checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew loving this warm Ohio weather right now. Enjoy it. It won't be here long. Hello to Steve Thompson. Best show to help me keep me and all the truckers awake at night while we're driving. All right, that's what we're here for. Thank you so much. So updates from North Carolina. Significant closures continue caused by the flooding from Hurricane Helene. I-26 and I-40 on both sides of the Carolina-Tennessee border. That has put the onus on some of the routing software that steers truckers clear of roads that aren't available to you. While there are still hundreds of other road closures in both states. From U.S. highways down to small state roads, the status of two key interstates serving the western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee region remains rather mixed. Closings are based on a complex set of rules and regulations. But the most extreme shutdowns remain Interstate 40 on both sides of the state line and Interstate 26 in Tennessee. To deal with those diversions, truckers are looking to their routing software. For the second time in 6 to 7 months, they've needed to do so because of significant closures. In the first case, it was the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. Yeah, the solution there wasn't all that complicated. Take the two tunnels that go under the Baltimore Harbor or stay on 695 around the western side of the Baltimore metro area. But the significant loss of access to two interstates, to say nothing of U.S. highways, is a far more complex problem. For example, the North Carolina DOT Friday was reporting approximately 415 road closures and at least 120 bridges that need to be replaced in that state alone. Vice President of Commercial Mapping and Routing Technology at Trimble works with the segment at the technology company that offers Copilot, as they call it, which is the most basic. At its most basic, it's a routing service for trucks and other vehicles. She spoke to FreightWaves in a recent interview that the ability of the trucking industry to work around the outages is starting to look a lot better. We have started to divert traffic based on the guidelines to go a little more south and then across from the north. The guidelines are uploaded into the Trimble Copilot system, and they serve as the basis for diverting truck traffic around those closed roads. PC Miler is the Trimble companion software that operates in a trucking company's back office. Copilot is actually in the truck cab. Now, she said Trimble has been taking advantage of U.S. highways, adding that the diversionary routing was not solely done by Trimble, but was produced after consultations with local authorities about where they preferred vehicles, especially trucks, to travel while avoiding the closures. For example, U.S. Highway 19 runs parallel to Interstate 26 most of the way from Asheville, North Carolina, up to the Tennessee line. U.S. Highway 25 also runs from the Asheville area into Tennessee, although it enters the Volunteer State at a considerable distance from where I-26 crosses the border, noting that around Asheville itself, the interstates are open, and that's helping ease the traffic flow in some of the other areas, calling it more structured as a result. We are corresponding with local authorities to make sure we're not diverting traffic that would hamper the restoration process in any way. Local governments are not necessarily Trimble customers. What Trimble wants from those authorities, though, is for them to kind of feed us information. What are you seeing? What are you modeling? How can we route trucks away from the area? How can we best regulate traffic for you? Either way, the return to full access to the two key interstates is not going to happen anytime soon. Months rather than weeks is the focus for much of the discussion. It's kind of a good news, bad news situation. For example, I-26 in North Carolina, which despite having an even number normally reserved for east-west highways, runs mostly north to northwest, south and north of Asheville. That is fully open after briefly being closed in the wake of Helene. The problem is once a driver on 26 nears the Tennessee line, the vehicle won't be allowed to cross into that state except for local traffic. The road is closed near the state line. So a truck coming out of North Carolina headed toward Tennessee on 26, according to a spokesperson for the DOT, you'd need to exit the interstate at exit 3 in North Carolina. Passenger vehicles can continue on, but have to exit 26 at exit 40 in Tennessee, then detour through the town of Irwin. Commercial vehicles making local deliveries can continue past exit 3. Meanwhile, truck traffic coming down Interstate 26 from the north, like the Johnson City, Tennessee area, have to exit 26 at exit 37. Still a long ways to go to get the traffic moving there in western North Carolina. Hey, let's get to the calls. Kicking things off tonight. Eagle, what's happening out there?
Yeah, Steve, I'm calling in early tonight because I probably have to call in a little bit later because there's a lot to talk about. I don't think I can get it all in. First call. I'm so pissed out, man. There's a lot of stuff to raise hell about, Steve. I couldn't call in last night because I was at home time, and my girlfriend, she don't like for me to raise hell on the telephone when I'm at home, but I'm not. I'm on the road now, so you best believe I got something to say and raise some serious hell. Listen, Steve, the Democrats, man, the Democrats are there's some bad stuff going on in the U.S. right now, Steve. Some very bad stuff. I want to, before I get to what Joe Biden says, not that it matters, I want to talk about something that's on the internet right now and on the different social media outlets about what's going on. About people need to really take this election serious when it comes to the Senate and the senators and the congressmen, because like I told you before, a lot of people are not. They only paying attention to Trump and Kamala, but what they don't realize, Steve, I told you the other day about a person that I've seen that claims they can see the future, saying that Trump will win the election, but he won't get in the White House. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the Democrats have already said come January 6th that they're not going to certify him. And if they had a majority, if the Senate, if the Democrats have the Senate, they have the right to do that, and they're going to block down. You know damn well they're not going to sign. And I think Kamala Harris is one of those people because she's the vice president, and you and I both know Kamala Harris is not going to sign that document saying that Donald Trump is going to be the president. All hell is going to break loose when that occurs. Now, here's something that I've seen, Steve, that's very disturbing because it's almost like the Democrats got something planned and they know what's coming. They are, if you look at some videos about the White House, they are reinforcing the White House, and they say that they have been performing mass casualty practices over the last couple of days at the White House. The people that are in charge are practicing for a mass casualty event. Now, that means that they're expecting something to happen, and that means that they're expecting to do something wrong. These people, they've already been busted already, Steve, in Pennsylvania.
Right.
Donald Trump talked about it today in his rally. There were people that were waiting in line. There were people that were waiting in line in Pennsylvania. I can't remember the city that it was in, and they were told by the authorities, the police department, that they were not going to be allowed to vote. These were Donald Trump voters, Republicans, and they said that one of the ladies refused to leave the line, and she was arrested. Now, what kind of country we living in, Steve? I thought that they had early voting in Pennsylvania. Why are these people being denied the right to vote in Pennsylvania in certain areas? And then now they're even saying that people are being arrested. Last time I checked, we was in the U.S., not Russia, but apparently the Democrats don't see it that way. This is really sad, Steve, that these people have to resort to these type of, but we already knew this was coming, in 2020. Like my grandfather say, you can't change a snake. You can't change a snake is always going to be a snake. And these people, it might even be even worse in 2020. So what has to occur, Steve, like Donald Trump has been telling people over the last couple of weeks, because see, people have to go vote now. They have to go vote early because it's hard to change those votes. If you wait until the last minute, like a lot of Republicans normally do, if you wait until the last day to go to the voting booth, this is how the Democrats can rig this election and say that this person didn't vote or the votes disappear all of a sudden. These people are playing dirty business already, Steve. Like you said, I told you last week, they talking about Arizona talking about it could be 7 to 14 days before they count up all their votes. It doesn't take that long to count votes with all the technology that we have. If they were counting votes back in the 50s and 60s, Steve, without this delay, when I know damn well we got better technology than what they had in the 50s and 60s in presidential elections. You mean to tell me that these people can't count no votes? They can count the votes. They just don't want to count them. It's simple as that. They know that Kamala Harris is a loser and that this is a losing cause. And they know that there's no way that they can win, Steve, without cheating, brother. And it's really sad that these people can't do the right thing because it's clear that the best candidate is Kamala. When you look at the border situation, that Donald Trump is playing a video. Do you realize, Steve, that that Kamala Harris still hasn't apologized to these young girls' families that have been killed by the Tren de Aragua street gang? I told you about the girl that got killed literally on the same street that I grew up in Houston. The girl that they keep talking about, she was killed very close to where I grew up at in Houston, Texas. And the girl's mother was on talking to Donald Trump the other day, and she said that Kamala has still not gave this woman a phone call, said, "Hey, I'm sorry you lost your daughter. I'm sorry that things didn't go the right way." Mm-hmm. And she hasn't called none of the other damn families. And to this day, here's what should tell anybody, and I'm speaking to Douglas and that other loser that calls your show, to them directly, Steve. This guy here, the border is still open as we speak tonight. Kamala Harris, like Trump said, you're in the White House right now, my man, and you can easily close the border. If you were so concerned about the border like you say you are, why don't you shut it down now? Why you got to wait until you're in the White House to shut it down? The reason why she got to wait, because she has no intention of shutting the border down. If anything, she's going to let more people in. She tried to, she keeps bringing up this bogus bill that they tried to get passed a couple of months ago, Steve, and that still allowed immigrants to illegally come into this country. That didn't shut down the border. They were still bringing people in, and they still flying people in. So people couldn't walk across the border. Now they flying people into the country. Kamala Harris has no intentions whatsoever of stopping the Tren de Aragua. She hasn't said a damn thing about the Tren de Aragua gang. She hasn't said nothing about these girls, these families have been killed. She hasn't said nothing about the military. She ain't even called those 13 people that Joe Biden and her got killed over there in Afghanistan. The list goes on and on of what she hasn't done and what she won't do, Steve. And it just amazes me, the people. And, here's what I want to say to the people that support Kamala Harris, Steve. I don't want to hear from you right now, my man. I don't want to hear your phone call tonight talking about Kamala Harris. I want to hear your phone call after Kamala, if she was to win the election, when you go into a communist country, when you get all your rights taken away from you. I want to hear your phone call then, my man. That's what I want to hear you call up, Steve, and show. I want to hear you talk about that when Kamala takes away your freedom, everything you so-called love in America, and it goes right down the drain. I bet you won't be so happy about Kamala then, my man. So the next time you think about doing that, think about that, my man, when Kamala Harris is still allowing people in this country that don't belong, and they're receiving. As a matter of fact, Steve, Donald Trump said that tonight. That's one of the things he's going to do. That's one of the biggest slaps in the face for any American, for an immigrant to come to this country and get on the welfare roll. You got people that's coming to this country, in the country illegally, and they are getting money from government money from people like me and you, and they ain't paid a dime, don't speak a lick of English, and yet they can walk into any Social Security office or any other office and walk out with more money probably than me and you could walk out with tomorrow morning. And there's something wrong with that, and there's nothing racist about that. There's something wrong with that. And if you want to live in a country where they give more rights to people than you, then you got more problems than I really think you got, my man. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Very good, Eagle. You're on a roll. Thank you much for checking in early on here this Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. Yeah, there's several issues, he is correct, taking place starting in Pennsylvania. We shared earlier this week. The latest is out of Erie County, Pennsylvania. We'll give you the full report. Let's first get a quick time out. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are
At
sold.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So there's the issue of the woman being arrested. That was in Delaware County at the voting center on Monday, which would be, I guess, issue number 2 in Pennsylvania this week. How about issue number 3? Voter anger is rising in Pennsylvania's Erie County after another mishap in this voting season led to some residents not getting ballots they requested. Earlier this month, nearly 300 Erie County voters were sent their own mail-in ballot and another voter's ballot as well. According to Go Erie, that led Joe Morris, political science department chair, to say that this is a bad place for a mistake to take place. To have a problem in Pennsylvania is bad. To have a problem in Pennsylvania's swingiest swing county is absolutely horrible. The Board of Elections chairman, Andre Horton, a Democrat member of the Erie County Council, downplaying the gaffe by saying, there's really nothing to see here. But there was something to see Monday outside the Erie County Board of Elections as residents who had requested to be sent mail-in ballots lined up to get some answers and cast their ballots. I ordered a mail-in ballot probably a month ago. They sent me an email 2 weeks ago saying they mailed it. And if I hadn't got it yet, I should contact my election office. That's what I did. And they said it's on the way, but I never got it. The line seeking ballots and answers was so long that some people waited for 4 hours, according to Your Erie. Erie County is a bellwether area in a bellwether state. The winning candidate will want to capture it for morale purposes and hope that it's called early on election night. The county has a trend of voting for winners, which makes it a major prize as the campaigns of former President Trump and Kamala Harris try to squeeze every possible vote they can in Pennsylvania. Residents are aware that each vote has an outsized importance, which is what led some of them to stand in line Monday. Here in Erie, it's a swing county. In this county, can come down to one vote. This county is very split, according to one voter. I mean, I might complain about standing here, but I'm here, and I'm staying until I get my vote right on that system and pass it right on through. County officials said there is a workaround for those who didn't get the ballots they requested. If you haven't received your mail-in ballot, you can still go to the polls and vote provisionally. That vote is going to be reviewed, and we're going to make sure you haven't already sent in a mail ballot. But we take those provisional ballots very seriously, as we always do in Erie County. Now, here would be my concern. An individual receives someone else's ballot as well as their own ballot. Of course, it would be forgery. It would be illegal, but you think it's out of the realm of possibility that someone could actually sign off on another ballot to essentially cast two votes in two different registered voters' names, and then they don't want to count the provisional.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Shan Garg. Starbucks is giving its employees a jolt, and it has nothing to do with caffeine. The coffee giant is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk getting fired. Tony Waterman has more.
Starting in January, Starbucks will institute an accountability process to make sure workers are complying with its hybrid office policy, and the penalty for non-compliance could be termination. That is according to an internal memo seen by the Wall Street Journal. It's been nearly 2 years since the company mandated corporate employees spend at least 3 days a week in the office. And the company's new CEO, who commutes 1,000 miles via corporate jet, told workers last month that there is power in having everybody together.
American voters of Puerto Rican descent have spoken out in anger against the comments made by a comedian at a Donald Trump rally in New York on Sunday. The former U.S. president had been making progress in gaining some support among Latino voters from Vice President Kamala Harris. It's an important demographic that could make all the difference in the election, especially in key swing states, as Caroline Malone reports.
There are nearly 500,000 people of Puerto Rican descent living in Pennsylvania, some of whom are mad at offensive comments made about their territory at a Trump rally. One non-partisan group has drafted a letter calling for Puerto Rican American voters to choose Kamala Harris on Election Day because of the offensive remarks, and social media messages on it are spreading amongst the community. The Trump campaign has tried to distance itself from the comments. Trump spoke in Florida on Tuesday, instead focusing on criticism of Harris's border policy. Caroline Malone, Washington.
Lufthansa has reported a 9% drop in its third quarter financial results amid falling passenger numbers and increased competition in Asia. The Q3 results, which cover the busy European summer season, come off the back of earlier profit warnings amid strikes which hit the German flag carrier in the first half of 2024. From Berlin, Trent Murray has more.
Lufthansa says low yields and increasing costs have seen its quarterly profit drop to $1.4 billion, down almost 10% from the year prior. Lufthansa, which is the fourth biggest airline company in the world by revenue, includes subsidiaries like Swiss, Austrian, Brussels Airlines and Eurowings. But it's at its core Lufthansa brand where management says financial pressure is being felt, in particular for its services to the Asia Pacific. Lufthansa has had to recently cancel its flights to Beijing amid growing competition from Chinese carriers. They say unlike European airlines, Chinese airlines don't have to worry about the added cost and time of avoiding Russian airspace. They also say state-backed investment from Middle Eastern carriers like Emirates is making it difficult to compete on ticket prices between Europe and Asia. Trent Murray, Berlin.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the latest pronouncements by the Taliban on the rights of women in Afghanistan. You may remember that several weeks ago, women were banned from speaking in public. Now, even when they are at home, they're being banned from speaking to anyone outside their family. Heather Barr is Interim Women's Rights Director at Human Rights Watch.
This feels like it's targeted very directly at women's rights protesters and women who are opposing Taliban abuses, who, of course, have to speak to each other to be able to organize protests, to talk to each other and plan to do things like set up underground schools for girls. This follows on the heels of a much longer declaration that included provisions saying that women's voices shouldn't be heard in public, which was also shocking and extreme. But this is a new sign that that in this case, women's rights protesters are their target, and it's part of what seems like it's certain to be an ongoing crackdown, where the Taliban do more and more to erase women completely from public life.
It is not known how widely the new rule has been implemented so far, but from the moment the Taliban returned to power following the botched US-led withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, hard-won rights for women have been completely eroded. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
righty, welcome back. Kicking off hour number 2. All right, midweek coming on already. We call it Hump Day, right? Looks like Pappy's on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. What day is it? What day is this? Better late to the party than never. It's a beautiful 68 degrees on the Cruiser Dash in southwestern Hamilton County. Hammer down, keep it between the spotted and the solid, and most of all, stay safe. P.S. Stock up on food and water. All right, Pappy's in the house. Norman checks in from north central Kansas, 75 degrees, very windy. Looking for some rain later this morning. Septon at the home 20. We'll head out Thursday to pick up some old tractors. All right, everybody have a good morning. Buckeye Boy Steve, you see the story about the ballot drop boxes being set on fire. Yes, that was Washington and Oregon. Quickly wrapping up on Erie County, Pennsylvania. What a debacle. Spokesperson with the Erie County Clerk says, we're working collaboratively with the Department of State, the U.S. Postal Service, our mail vendor, to try and get some answers. And unfortunately, I just can't apologize enough. Even though this is not our fault that this has happened. We feel terrible that the voters are in this situation, and we want to do everything we can to make it right. He had also said the county was not responsible for the mix-up in sending voters 2 ballots. When they wanted one, the printer, they say, the printer the county used had a software glitch that put ballots in incorrect envelopes, according to Go Erie. Meanwhile, in the state of Florida, a box of processed ballots fell off a truck and laid on a Miami-Dade County road Monday night. Somewhere between 9:30 and 10 p.m. after early voting was completed at the South Dade Regional Library, a sealed box and a sealed bag fell off a truck. According to WPLG, the Miami-Dade Elections Department said the rear door of the truck in which the ballots were being transported wasn't locked, allowing them to fall into the street. Video posted on X showed the box and the bag retrieved from the street and taken to police. The Miami-Dade supervisor of elections said it was an unfortunate human error on the part of one of our workers when they were pulling out of one of our early vote locations. They're charged with bringing back voted ballot bins and other election material to the headquarters, and unfortunately, they forgot to lock the back of the truck. And so when they were pulling out of the early voting site, the door opened, one ballot bin and one bag fell out of the truck. There was no intent to cause an election issue. The employee was absolutely distraught, she said, but in the elections field, we have zero tolerance for error. All of our procedures were reiterated to all of our workers who do this job. This is the first time we've had anything like this happen. She praised those who found the ballots and turned the containers over to police. We're fortunate that there were upstanding residents that happened to see this unfold, and they did the responsible thing. There were seals on both the bin and the bag, so we were able to confirm that they were intact, no contents inside that were either damaged or tampered with. The citizens did the right thing. The ballots were headed for storage. These represented the ballots that were into one of these units, he said. The ballot is put in there, the votes are tabulated and counted, so the paper ballots fall into a bin, and at the end of the night, we close up the bins, we seal them up, and bring them back to the elections department. I want to put voters' minds at ease that their votes were counted, they were cast, and counted accurately. Okay, so I guess that elections worker was dismissed, but okay, I think, yeah, you're fired. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, Mike.
Good morning, Your Honor. Now, in a position like that, when they're counting ballots and recounting ballots, don't they have like one Republican representative and one Democrat representative, and they sit there and they watch each other count and everything? Now, don't you think that they'd have to make sure there was two people to make sure the truck door was maybe closed and, I don't know, possibly sealed? I mean, if the truck door was sealed, closed, would that keep things from falling out the back of it?
You're right.
And if you had a Democrat person and a Republican person there side by side, double checking each other's work to make sure things were. I thought we were supposed to have things done in redundancy in this election stuff now. I don't know. Anyway, but I guess I heard Pappy say something there. We're supposed to start today out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? How did that happen?
Again, just like that. Hey, it's Hump Day.
There you go. Wow. I tell you what, they just keep coming around and around and around. So anyways, how about them bums? I was listening to the game tonight there before you came on there. As I tell you the truth, after being out of the country and everything there and everything going on this month that I've had, and of course we went out to Colorado for a long weekend before the boat trip. And did you realize it's already the World Series going on, Your Honor, and they played 4 games?
Yes.
Did you know there's 4? How did this happen? I didn't even realize the World Series was going on, and saw something there and said that the Yankees were down 3-0, and so
yep.
So I started listening to the game there tonight, and I'll tell you what, the Yankees put on one hell of a performance to keep themselves alive to go to a Game 5, and I don't know, they were up 6 runs to 4, I think, in the 8th inning, and they came back and won 11-4 or something.
Yep.
It was they had a grand slam in the game, and they said it was the first time in like 50 years that somebody, a team has won by, at least 10 runs, and it's been in the, in a World Series game. So there was a lot of things that kind of happened, and I guess the surprising thing is if you talk about the Yankees and the amount of money they spend to have ball players, which has been that way since I remember being a kid with George Steinbrenner owning them, that it was the bottom third of the lineup that won the game, Your Honor. It was the bottom third. They did pretty much all the offense and defense, and all the big money players at the top side of the lineup there, they pretty much were having they've had a rough series. They haven't been able to get anything to come together. So so they should feel good that the players that don't make quite as much of them there carried them through. And of course now we got Game 5 to come up, and I don't know. What do you think, Your Honor? Well, I know you're not a Yankees fan.
I know the historical averages is from coming back from being down 3-0. It's very unlikely to pull it off, but it seems like I do remember an occurrence where Cincinnati was up 3-0 and ended up losing in a playoff series.
I think they said in a World Series. I'm not sure with the 3-0 if it's ever gone past 5 games. I think they were saying something that the World Series, so it's never gotten to a Game 6 if the team's been down 3-0. So we'll have to see how they do there. But anyways, yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know, back before the baseball strike, I watched a lot more baseball and growing up. See, there was this thing in the house there that my father there, he was a Bums fan, the Brooklyn Dodgers, them Bums. And I don't know, just to put a burr under his saddle there, I decided I like the Yankees. And so anyways, we had that big thing going on there. So I like to see the Yankees come back and do something, especially anytime they're playing the Dodgers. But anyway, here's neither here nor there for that. I don't know. What's going on with all this election stuff, Your Honor? Burning up ballot boxes and all these crazy things. What are we, a third world country here at this point? I don't know.
Almost, yeah. We're heading that direction.
Yeah, I guess so. So I forget, how does the whole election deal work there with Puerto Rico? Because I know, since they're a territory and they're not a state, I mean, they don't pay federal income tax. But I remember when we were down there 5 years ago, their state, I guess they have their sales tax. I guess it's not a state tax. It's the income tax. Yeah, not the income tax. I'm sorry. The sales tax on products you purchase. There we go. Got it right. The sales tax on the products you purchase was like 11 or 12% down there. It was crazy when you tried to buy something. But they don't pay federal income tax because they're not a state. But so do they get to participate in the presidential election?
They do not.
I mean, they don't have
They do not.
Yes, I didn't think so.
Right.
Yeah. So no matter what. So what about the people that are Puerto Ricans that are living here in the country? Like, do they end up with a green card, or how does that? I mean, because they're a territory. I mean, but unless they're actually a U.S. resident, they can't vote either. Correct?
Puerto Ricans living here in the U.S., yes, they do get to vote. And I don't know, some are saying that the comedian's comment the other night is going to kill a lot of potential Trump votes. I guess there's a large Puerto Rican population there in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, there's actually, everywhere there is. I mean, we had up in upstate New York in the Rochester area, there was a large one there too. But I did watch a couple news clips last night, and of course, sound bites are sound bites, and sound bites probably aren't worth any more than what polls are. But they were going both ways. They had people that said, that it was a dumbass comedian said a dumbass comment, and it has nothing to do to represent what President Trump was, and other ones are like, well, he was at his rally, so he's responsible for him. I was like, wow, whatever. But I guess everybody will have to make up their own mind of whether they're better off now than they are 4 years ago, or whether they don't think they're as good a shape as they were 4 years ago, and they want to go back to what 4 years ago was. So anyways, did you hear we had a shutdown at our port in Baltimore yesterday, Your Honor?
Yeah, I guess
had a major shutdown.
Sleepy Joe showed up, right?
Yeah, throwing out all kinds of money, gonna promise all kinds of updates and modernizations to the ports, and how much money they're going to give to Baltimore. And now, wait a minute, hold the phone. What just happened with the port worker, the longshoremen? What was going on with them here about, I don't know, just before the hurricanes? What was going on?
Yeah, there was a bit of a strike taking place.
Yeah, and they wanted, a 77% increase in pay? And I think they also had in there that they wanted no loss of employment and no, automation stuff. What do you think is going to happen when they get done spending all this money for new equipment? What kind of equipment do you think they're going to buy, Your Honor? Do you think they're going to buy old, dilapidated equipment that is going to cause them to have to hire more employees, or do you think they're going to put in new automated equipment that is autonomous and doesn't need employees? Which do you think this money's going to buy? I thought that was pretty funny. They had him there a week before election, and they talked about having to stopping stopping the labor dispute until January, and then they go and announce all this. I forget. Can you look up the amount of money that he promised to spend there when he was in Baltimore? Can you get a hold of that by chance?
Well, there was
some pretty good sized figures.
It's $3 billion, but it's going to be split up amongst, like all the East Coast and Gulf Coast ports.
Yeah. So, anyways, but I guess other than that, not a whole lot going on. We got, I think they said the last time we had rain in the Baltimore area was October 2nd. So we're pushing, close to 4 weeks with no rain, and things are getting dry. But things are getting ready to change, Your Honor, because we got a major event happening this weekend. Are you ready for this major event this weekend?
Turn back the clock?
Yeah. Daylight savings ends there, so we spring forward in the fall, right? You push the clocks forward in the fall, so we move the clocks ahead, and we lose an hour of sleep. Isn't that the way that works in the fall?
You're falling back, dummy.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, all right, Your Honor. I guess we're done messing around, so you can go out there and try to bring the show back to some sort of a semblance of something or another.
We'll do our due diligence.
Whatever we're trying to do here.
Look for an intelligent caller. Is that the word? Yes, the good news is you get a glorious extra hour of sleep. Yeah, the bad news, it's going to be dark as a pocket by late afternoon for the next few months. Daylight savings time ends. Yeah, Saturday night into Sunday morning. Turn your clock back an hour when you hit the hay. All right. The springtime change can be tough on your body. Darker mornings, lighter evenings can knock your internal body clock out of whack, making it harder to fall asleep on time for weeks or even longer in some cases. Studies even found an uptick in heart attacks and strokes right after the March time change. But here in the fall, falling back should be a bit easier. It may take a while to adjust your sleep habits, not to mention the downsides of leaving work and it's already dark. Or trying to exercise where there's still enough daylight. Some people with seasonal affective disorder, a type of depression linked to shorter days and less sunlight, struggle with this time of year. Some health groups, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, have said it's time to do away with these time switches. Most countries do not observe daylight saving time. For those that do, mostly in Europe and North America. Of course, here we've got Hawaii and Arizona that do not change. They stay on standard time year-round. Look at there, the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Hey there.
Well, good morning, Steve-O. How you this morning?
Another day in paradise. Hump day.
Oh, it's been a beautiful day today. The wind been blowing about 60 miles an hour, dust, and it's been a hectic day today. I tell you what, it's still blowing out here in West Texas, Amarillo, and glad I had a heavy load on so I didn't get blowed all over the highway and jackknife or something else happened. But I tell you what, Steve, it's been horrendous wind today. They had a little rain in Dallas this morning. Washed all that dust off the truck, so I ain't got to go to the Streaking Beacon and get it washed anytime soon. Maybe I can wait till I get back home. Well, Steve, last night, when old son dummy, whatever you want to call him, I got other names for him, but I can't call him that on the radio. He was talking about we have no control of our tax dollars. That's the reason that we're having an election. That's the reason we have representatives. That's the reason we have senators. They don't do it, but they are, they're supposed to be listening to us.
Mm-hmm.
and be our voice in Washington. And I don't know what damn planet that guy fell off. He must have fell off of Uranus or somewhere. I don't know. But he was talking about FEMA last night, and then there was another gentleman called in and said his news report he hadn't received any news reports on it. Steve, I tell you what, I don't know what rock he lives under, but that's all that's been in the news and on Facebook, and people talking about it. Even one of the local channels up there was talking about what FEMA was doing. And I reckon he missed the video clips of the 3 Black Hawk helicopters that hovered over the site where they were dropping off donations and stuff, and the rotor wash blew the tents away and everything else. And I think them was military aircraft, supposed to be assisting FEMA, and so I don't know what rock that guy lives under. But I can tell you from what we seen when we went up there.
I know the helicopter pilots, the pilot was reprimanded. They weren't supposed to be where they were. And I mean, they say it wasn't an intentional thing, but yeah, they know they screwed up. They finally came out and admitted.
Right. But I be the first one, he sat there for a long time. And 3 people ended up in the hospital after that fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
Now the other one, I give him the benefit of the doubt. He said he wasn't supposed to be there, but when you the pilot on a helicopter, you see people run out screaming, waving at you, waving you off and stuff. What would you do? I'd move on. But I tell you, if you hadn't been over there and seen some of this, what's going on, it's a mess, man. It really is. But the other thing I would ask about, since we talk a little sports tonight about the World Series and that, did you see the Hail Mary Sunday?
Yes, the Washington Commanders wasn't that something? That was incredible. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason they call it a Hail Mary. Every once in a while they pan out, and that was a case where it did. Hold the thought. We paused there.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US Vice President Kamala Harris would deliver her closing argument to voters on Tuesday in a major speech in the heart of the nation's capital. She'll speak at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where President Donald Trump addressed a mob of his supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the last election in 2020. Benji Hire has more.
A week to go until polls close, and this is Kamala Harris's chance to offer her final pitch to America, framing Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. Tens of thousands of people are expected to attend her speech, focused on a future of freedom and hope, themes central to her campaign. This is about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the timing, all intentional, sending a message that draws a stark contrast between the vice president and the former president, who remain deadlocked in the race for the Oval Office. Benji Hire, Washington.
A week before the US presidential election, Republican candidate Donald Trump has attacked his rival Kamala Harris, accusing her of trying to destroy the country. The former president said the Biden administration's border policies have hurt the US.
In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems the likes of which we never thought possible.
It comes as the Trump campaign tries to distance itself from racist remarks made at a rally on Sunday in New York. Trump spoke from Florida.
No person has caused so much destruction and death at home and abroad should ever be allowed to be the president of the United States. You can't have that. Can't have that. So I'm running on a plan to save America. We're going to save America. We have no choice. It's the greatest there is. We love it, and we're going to save it. And she's running on a campaign of demoralization and really a campaign of destruction.
And Donald Trump's former advisor and close ally Steve Bannon is set to be released from prison on Tuesday. He spent 4 months in a federal prison in Connecticut for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena over the January 6th riots at the U.S. Capitol. Ira Spitzer reports.
Steve Bannon's release comes just a week before the presidential election, and the longtime Trump confidant has scheduled a news conference at a New York City hotel this afternoon. Bannon, who served for a while as Trump's chief White House strategist, is an influential and controversial conservative commentator. He was a prominent voice pushing Trump's false election fraud claims after the former president's loss in 2020. Bannon is expected to dive into the fray for the final week of campaigning, although it's still unknown what role he might play in the Trump campaign.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Serta for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Midweek coming on here Wednesday, hump day as we like to refer to it. It could get very interesting. Gouger was talking about the windy conditions we'd seen this past day. There will be many more wind advisories issued and high wind warnings coming out later in the day. And the risk of tornadic activity. The Storm Prediction Center has actually kind of bumped it up to the next level here for parts of Kansas and Oklahoma later today. The threat of dangerous weather has grown, prompting the National Weather Service to place Kansas City under a greater risk of strong to severe storms today. They've placed northwest Missouri, eastern Kansas, and northeast Oklahoma in an area of enhanced risk. The third highest threat on the severe weather scale of 1 to 5. Kansas City, Overland Park, Olathe, and Topeka among the larger cities that are in the enhanced risk today. Threats include large hail, damaging winds, and they're now forecasting the possibility of a few long-lived tornadoes. Level 2, maybe greater. All right, the 10% probability of a tornado occurring within 25 miles of any given point in the area. Topeka, Manhattan, Emporia, Junction City, El Dorado, all in that area that could see stronger tornadoes today. Now, looking at the timing, storms expected to develop mid to late Wednesday morning in eastern Nebraska, northwestern Kansas, and western Iowa. Storm Prediction Center said they're expected to expand to the northeast into the upper Mississippi Valley and south across eastern Kansas in the afternoon. So the Kansas City area looks to be under the gun late afternoon and evening. The National Weather Service in Kansas City included a chart on the potential timing of storms in a message on X, expected to push through the Kansas City area between 6 and 11 p.m. So storms will be watching through the late afternoon and evening hours, and some of that severe weather threat will continue well after darkness falls. Some of those storms even after the midnight hour. So, of course, we'll be here to cover it live for you, and we'll see what's going on. All right, Gouger, welcome back. Where we leave off? Oh, yeah, the Hail Mary. Have you ever seen a quarterback have that much time to run around in the backfield to set up to throw a pass like that?
You know, that kind of reminded me of Roger Staubach. I don't know if you remember that game. Dallas was playing somebody. He scrambled for like 54 seconds. But I was watching that game, and you know, he run to one side, run to the other side, and he just unloaded it. But, I mean, he chunked that thing down there, buddy, and, I mean, it went through all them people's arms, and the guy was standing at the right time.
Boom.
And Chicago went to the dirt. And, yeah, I love to see that kind of stuff, you know. But, Steve, there's something else that concerns me in the trucking industry. Have you seen anything on this? They're fixing to cancel 163 CDLs in November. Has you seen it come across that?
Yeah, the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse thing. Anyone that's on that, if you haven't gone through the process, your CDLs are going to be canceled.
So, in other words, those guys that failed a test or failed an alcohol or whatever, they probably ain't driving anyway, so it ain't gonna matter, is it?
That's the big unknown. It's 168,000. It's an incredible number. How many of them are actually still driving? And that's, like I said, the big unknown. I mean, if you refuse to even, they tell you to take a test and you refuse it, that is the same as failing the test. I don't know how widespread that is, but might prove interesting.
Yeah, because a fellow was talking to me this morning about it, and I said, well, I read something about it, but I just went in one ear and out the other. And he said, well, what you reckon gonna happen? I said, I ain't got no clue. I don't know a whole lot about it. I said, but I'll find out tonight. I'll see you tomorrow night down here at Fort Worth. I'll give you the update. So, anyway, but another thing that really perturbs me, and it's Love's Truck Stops, and we use them a lot. And last night, I was going from one destination before I unloaded the load, and had a blowed out tire. So, they tell us after hours, call. But Love's is your first one you talk to. Okay, I got that. Well, last night, I don't know if Love's has changed their call center to India or whatever, but those two idiots that I tried to communicate with, I couldn't understand a damn word they were saying. And as finally I got the hold of the Love's Truck Stop over there in Dallas, and got a hold of the fuel desk, and I said, hey, look, I'm having some problems. And she said, okay, what can I help you with? I said, I got a blowed out tire, and I'm in Garland. And I said, I can't understand those people that y'all got in y'all's call center now. And she said, we get this a lot. Said about a month ago, they done something. Don't know if they shipped it over to India or whatever, but I'll give it to the shop. Got a hold of the shop. He didn't talk real good English neither. He was Espanol.
Yeah.
But we did get to communicate, and I sent him a text message where I was at and everything. About an hour later, they showed up. But this is getting out of hand, this Indian call center and all that. You know, how is Americans supposed to communicate with those with that heavy accent? You know, I mean, it just pisses me off when you get a hold of somebody like that. And I kept telling them, I need to talk to your supervisor. I need an American. I am American. I'm American. You don't sound American to me, Hoss.
Okay.
So anyway, Steve, that's about my 2 cents for tonight. We'll call you back tomorrow night.
All right, thanks for the updates. Safe travels out there. The Carolina Monkey Gouger, there you go. He mentioned the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. Yeah, we touched on that last evening, but how many, you have to question, of these 175,000, whatever it is, are actually still out there driving a truck? The big unknown. Taking you back to Landline a few weeks ago, the compliance date that could see the commercial driving privileges revoked from truckers with the prohibited status. Quickly approaching. November 18th is the date that the FMCSA published the final rule requiring state driver licensing agencies to remove the commercial learner's permit or CDL privilege from the driver's license of an individual carrying a prohibited status due to one or more drug or alcohol program violations. Once downgraded, those commercial vehicle privileges can only be reinstated after the driver complies with what they call the return to duty requirements. This first round took effect in 2020. The second clearinghouse rule, which that's what kicks in next month, will improve the enforcement of the current driving prohibition, requiring that states refrain from issuing, renewing, transferring, or upgrading the commercial learner's permit or CDL of any of those affected drivers. Under this new phase, all the state licensing agencies will be required to query the clearinghouse before issuing, renewing, upgrading, or transferring CDLs and issuing, renewing, or upgrading commercial learner's permits. They have to review a driver's information when they're notified by the FMCSA of a driver's clearinghouse status change. Now, the report back over the summer at the time said a total of 175,650 learner's permit or CDL holders currently carry that prohibited status. Of those drivers, 133,414 had not begun the return to duty process. Are they still out there, or have they just exited the industry? Taylor Ritchie with CMCI, the owner-operator Independent Drivers Association Drug and Alcohol Consortium, says drivers who currently carry a prohibited status will want to complete that process before the November 18 compliance date. If you don't, you'll be subject to fines and other requirements implemented by the state that your CDL was issued from before having your commercial vehicle privileges reinstated. Now, he said after the compliance date, it's going to be more difficult for prohibited drivers to actually complete the return to duty process, because then it's up to the state to determine what requirements are needed to get their CDL back. It should be noted that that November deadline is when states are required to comply rather than when states will begin to downgrade drivers. There are a handful of states that have already begun that process in advance of the November 18 deadline. Some states are already querying and downgrading CDL holders that are on that prohibited status. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I love that handle. Scratchin' McGroin. Hello to Scratchin' McGroin, who says, good morning, Steve, and Overnight Drive listeners. 69 degrees, partly cloudy in south central Illinois tonight. Hey, I thought Heatwave cut off his thumb, not his tongue. Haven't heard from New Mexico in a while. It was good to hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Have a good show, Steve. I'm going to kick back and listen in. I haven't got an update on Heatwave in a while. I saw a post here a week or so ago. I think he was hoping to maybe get back behind the wheel around Halloween. And I think he said at the time it may be closer to Thanksgiving. I'm not exactly sure. When's Senor Heatwave going to be back on the road? See what we can dig up. And how about old 5-7? Anybody heard from 5-7? Obviously off the road, I guess. Haven't heard any update on him in a while either. Meanwhile, updates. Speaking of, McDonald's, the saga continues to unfold. McDonald's being sued this past day. Should have saw this coming, right? Sued by consumers in a proposed class action stemming from the E. coli outbreak. Linked to the Onions in the Quarter Pounders, Amanda McGray of Chicago and William Michael Kraft of Davie, Florida, said they experienced many symptoms associated with E. coli after consuming Quarter Pounders this month. Both of which said they would have not have bought the burgers had McDonald's disclosed the risk of contamination. And they've suffered damages because of McDonald's actions. So the lawsuit filed in Chicago federal court seeking unspecified damages but exceeding $5 million for all people in the United States who bought Quarter Pounders contaminated with E. coli. No immediate response from McDonald's. The chain also faces other lawsuits by individuals who said they were also sickened. Of course, they halted Quarter Pounder sales at 20% of their restaurants nationwide last week. The outbreak that has killed at least one and sickened a now known 75 others. They began restoring Quarter Pounders to the menu this week. All right. Separately, I guess this is separate from the lawsuit filed in Chicago, but a story of a 15-year-old high school freshman hospitalized with severe complications of food poisoning after eating Quarter Pounders 3 times in the weeks leading up to the outbreak. Camberlyn Bowler of Grand Junction, Colorado, had to be flown 250 miles to a hospital near Denver here mid-October, where she received dialysis for 10 days in an urgent effort to save her kidneys. Now, she is one of at least 75 sickened and 22 hospitalized in the outbreak traced to the contaminated onions now. In Mesa County, where she lives, 11 people had fallen ill, and the one fatality was in that county. Federal health officials have said the slivered onions are the likely source of the outbreak. But this ordeal left Camberlyn's mother worried about her daughter's health, obviously, shaken at the idea that a burger could potentially cause so much harm. Food poisoning is food poisoning. It's pretty scary to know that we put so much faith and trust that we're going to be eating something that's healthy and for it to be broken. Now, she is moving to sue the fast food chain as well after Camberlyn was infected with the E. coli, confirmed in the outbreak. Obviously, some folks, especially those that are impacted drastically like that. In some cases, these who lose their kidney can only survive if they get a kidney transplant. Hopefully, she'll be on the path to recovery, but 15 years old, a life-changing event. All right, Eagle brought up earlier, someone arrested trying to vote in Pennsylvania. A Trump supporter, indeed, arrested and cited for disorderly conduct at a Delaware County voting center Monday, sparking allegations of voter suppression from the Republican National Committee Chairman, Michael Whatley. Monday of this week, as voters waited in line to cast on-demand mail-in ballots at the Voter Service Center at the Government Center building in Media, Pennsylvania, Whatley posted a video on the social media platform X of the arrest of Val Bancanillo. How do you pronounce that name? Bancanillo, who was a Republican National Committee delegate, a state committee woman and supporter of Donald Trump. She said, "Thank you for sharing this video. This is me being handcuffed and taken away. I broke no laws." On the other hand, the Bureau of Election Worker telling everyone in the line they should only be in this line if they have a pressing reason to vote. In the video, she repeatedly says, "Do not get out of line. Do not get out of line." While she's being led away in handcuffs by 2 Delaware County Park police officers providing security at the building. Jim Allen, director of elections in Delaware County, tells the NBC affiliate she was arrested for disorderly conduct following complaints from some voters in line, supposedly. Park police approached the person, asked them to follow the rules or leave, And they said they weren't going to leave and they weren't going to stop, so they were charged with disorderly conduct. Now, he said he couldn't tell if there was any video evidence of her conduct at the time. We have complaints from voters. This was not initiated by election officials. He said it was initiated or in response to voter complaints. Now, Megan Harlan of Norwood, Pennsylvania, said she was in line Monday afternoon to get a mail-in ballot when the arrest occurred. She was telling people there was probably about a 2-hour wait at the time, and she was just saying, just stay in line. It's very important, answering everybody's question. Yeah, people were going up to her. Harlan said some voters went up to the park police and said she was interfering with the election. It all literally happened in like 2 minutes. It just unfolded. They took her. And then I found out she was working for the Republican committee. A Delaware County Park Police spokesman said officials are working to pull surveillance video of the incident. All right, providing a safe, convenient voting experience is our top priority. These centers are open 6 days a week. We want every voter to know they'll find a safe, welcoming environment. She was briefly detained, later released, but in a statement she said she was not trying to influence anyone's vote. She was simply telling people, stay in line. I encourage people, stay in line to vote, no matter who you're voting for. Because Democrats were discouraging voters from in-person voting today in Delaware County.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US Vice President Kamala Harris would deliver her closing argument to voters on Tuesday in a major speech in the heart of the nation's capital. She'll speak at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where President Donald Trump addressed a mob of his supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the last election in 2020. Benji Hire has more.
A week to go until polls close, and this is Kamala Harris's chance to offer her final pitch to America, framing Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. Tens of thousands of people are expected to attend her speech, focused on a future of freedom and hope, themes central to her campaign. This is about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the timing, all intentional, sending a message that draws a stark contrast between the Vice President and the former President, who remain deadlocked in the race for the Oval Office. Benji Hire, Washington.
A week before the US presidential election, Republican candidate Donald Trump has attacked his rival Kamala Harris, accusing her of trying to destroy the country. The former president said the Biden administration's border policies have hurt the US.
In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems the likes of which we never thought possible.
It comes as the Trump campaign tries to distance itself from racist remarks made at a rally on Sunday in New York. Trump spoke from Florida.
No person has caused so much destruction and death at home and abroad should ever be allowed to be the President of the United States. Can't have that. So I'm running on a plan to save America. We're going to save America. We have no choice. It's the greatest there is. We love it, and we're going to save it. And she's running on a campaign of demoralization and really a campaign of destruction.
And Donald Trump's former advisor and close ally Steve Bannon is set to be released from prison on Tuesday. He spent 4 months in a federal prison in Connecticut for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena over the January 6th riots at the US Capitol. Ira Spitzer reports.
Steve Bannon's release comes just a week before the presidential election, and the longtime Trump confidant has scheduled a news conference at a New York City hotel this afternoon. Bannon, who served for a while as Trump's chief White House strategist, is an influential and controversial conservative commentator. He was a prominent voice pushing Trump's false election fraud claims after the former president's loss in 2020. Bannon is expected to dive into the fray for the final week of campaigning, although it's still unknown what role he might play in the Trump campaign.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at Iran's capacity to take further military action against Israel. Even if it wants to, some Western defense analysts believe that Israel's Friday night attack on Tehran, in retaliation for this month's earlier ballistic missile attack by the Iranians on Israel, has left the Iranian military reeling. The Israelis went after what they called military targets, including several fuel mixing facilities, the places where Iran's military prepared the solid fuel that is used in the country's ballistic arsenal. Professor Gwydion Prinz is a former member of the UK Chief of Defence's Strategy Advisory Panel and a former NATO advisor.
I don't think it's removed absolutely all their capability. They obviously will have a supply of viable ballistic missiles and of drones, but there are 20-odd of these very complicated mixing machines. The Iranians will have great difficulty to remanufacture them or to get them from abroad. It means that if you can't manufacture the fuel, then you don't have any ability to make the missiles fly. And so that was clearly what the Israelis did. So Israel can defend itself in the short term against whatever arsenal they still have, but they won't have the ability to replace that arsenal quickly.
Over the weekend, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said the Israeli attack on his country should neither be downplayed nor exaggerated. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. US presidential candidate Kamala Harris is due to give closing arguments tonight at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., site of a major Trump Stop the Steal rally from 2020 after the last election. Contender Donald Trump has attacked Harris's border policy at a speech in Florida as the campaign tries to distance itself from racist comments made by a comedian at one of his rallies. And that's the latest from Feature Story News. Caroline Malone reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty, good morning to Brain Dead. Checked in a bit ago. Says, good morning, Steve. Happy Wacky Wednesday. I apologize for being late. 70 degrees under clear skies at the West Memphis International Airport Hair Care Auto Supply and Chinese Buffet. Now, they're telling us it's supposed to rain Thursday. It's been almost a month since we've seen any rain, so yeah, we need it bad. I doubt you've been able to check out the video of the fan interference at the World Series game tonight. I did see that highlight reel. Yes, we'll be getting ready to head into the warehouse for a 2-stop run tonight. I'll check in a bit later in the program. Yeah, it was fly ball that a Dodgers outfielder jumped up, had the ball in the glove, and a Yankees fan in the stands actually yanks his glove open to pull the ball out. That fan was ultimately ejected from the game. Yeah, fan interference, you think? Oh, let's see. Hello to Kentucky Ken. It's been a while. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Steve Summers. Hopefully everybody's well. Been thinking about you all. All right. Hope going well for you as well, Kentucky Ken. Eskimo Mom says, update on heat wave. He's still working days at the yard on workman's comp, and he can't wait to get back to nights. Think he has an appointment with the orthopedist mid-November, if I remember correct. As for 5'7", haven't heard anything from him except on Facebook in the last week or two. He is permanently off the road due to age, health, and the wife's medical conditions. Okay. And Larry gives us an update. I-80 is it's terrible from Laramie to Rock Springs. Expect a very slow go with 200 miles of nothing but heavy snowfall, blowing and drifting snow, limited visibility due to the heavy snowfall, and extremely slick conditions. If you don't have to travel, I would recommend not. All right, I-80, Wyoming, messy. As the snow continues to fall. Everybody be safe out there. Horse Feathers mentioned the Port of Baltimore this past day, where Sleepy Joe showed up. The Biden administration awarding nearly $3 billion to boost climate-friendly equipment and infrastructure at ports across the country, including Baltimore, where the deadly bridge collapse killed 6 construction workers, disrupting East Coast shipping routes for months. Visiting the port city, the main port this past day, announcing the grants, which officials say will improve and electrify port infrastructure at 55 sites nationwide, while supporting an estimated 40,000 union jobs, reducing pollution, combating the climate crisis. A week before Election Day, intended to highlight efforts by the Biden-Harris administration to promote clean energy while protecting and creating good-paying union jobs. Of course, the Port of Baltimore, one of the busiest on the East Coast, a major hub for the import and export of motor vehicles and farm equipment. More than 20,000 workers support daily port operation, including unionized longshoremen and truckers. Grants being announced this past day include $147 million for the Maryland Port Administration. Those funds will support over 2,000 jobs, enabling the purchase and installation of cargo handling equipment and trucks to transition the port into a zero greenhouse gas emission facility. So this is among 55 ports across 27 states and territories that are going to be splitting up that nearly $3 billion through the Clean Ports Program administered by the EPA. Ports receiving money include the port activity of New York, New Jersey, the Detroit Wayne County Port Authority, the ports of Savannah and Brunswick, Georgia, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Oakland, California. This is funded by the climate law approved in 2022. During a White House call to reporters Monday, officials said the grants also will advance environmental justice by reducing diesel air pollution from our ports, our critical hubs that support our supply chain, drive commerce, create jobs, and connect us all. But we cannot overlook the challenges faced by the communities that live and work near these ports. Too often, these communities face serious air quality challenges due to diesel pollution from our trucks, ships, and other port machinery. So there you go, going green, the Green New Deal. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today? You doing okay?
Doing all right. Hump Day. Mike.
Mike. Hey, Steve, you keep up on Landline a lot, right?
Yes, sir. Every day.
I read a story. You might already talk to everybody about it, but did you see the recall for Peterbilt and Kenworth on the X15?
Yes.
I was reading about that this morning. I guess they got fuel pumps that have parts in them that fracture and could cause problems, leakage and whatnot. And so if anybody's out there got a Peterbilt or a Kenworth, it's a newer one, or you have a Daimler Chrysler or an International, that's where I guess where the recall started with those two brands. If you smell diesel, you might want to get with somebody about it. You might have a recall on it. So I was reading that article this morning, and I thought it was quite interesting, the amount of motors that they were recalling. It seemed like quite a bit. Did you hear any more about it?
Yeah, there are actually several different recalls. I mean, they also had I haven't even touched on it yet this morning, a massive electronic control unit recall. I guess Volvo made a recall yesterday, and I guess, International probably in the coming day, or Navistar will also be issuing a recall. But
yeah, and that controller is probably what your foot's up to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So got to be careful with that. I one thing I did like about the old trucks was everything was mechanical. So if you could, if you had to keep things going, everything was mechanical. You had linkages and springs, and even in the old days, they had the fuel pumps. You could switch them over to where the truck could run without an alternator.
Right.
But today, everything is on the alternator for the truck, and it's crazy. You got that much electrical stuff that's powered by it. I always thought that was kind of cool back in the day with some of the old Cumminses and Detroits, and a lot of those old motors. They had it where you could switch the fuel pump over to manual, take it from electric to manual, and you could keep the truck going. You could run the lights off the battery if you had to, back in the day. But that's a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they started going to all this electronic stuff with these ECMs and all this on the trucks. It got crazy then. So, but we're doing okay down here. Just chilling out. Another day in the mill. They're still looking at possibly another storm down there. that area down there, they go back and forth. They say, well, it's going to be intense. It's going to be, this time this week it's supposed to be this, and then they're talking next week and they're next week. And AccuWeather, I don't know if you've read this or not, AccuWeather's saying we're going to have another 1 to 3 tropical storms.
I saw that.
They were kind of putting the east coast of Florida on preparedness for it, and they said we might have one in December. Now, we could have a storm in December. I mean, Tropical Outlook map, they always have these maps. They come out for the 2 weeks in advance, and they always say, well, this area is going to be the one that comes about. This is where the storms are going to build at. Prediction map. And I don't know. What do you think, Steve? Do you think all these maps are okay, or do you think they're a bunch of junk?
I mean, I think I saw the same AccuWeather that you were talking about there, and I think shared last evening. They even alluded to possibly in December. I guess the waters are still warm enough in the western Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico, and low wind shear. So I guess if the conditions are there, and the gyre thing, whatever the gyre thing is what they keep alluding to, that may spin something up.
Yeah, the Madden gyre thing. Yeah, that MJO they call it. It is what it is. The Caribbean right now is just loaded with precipitation. There's a lot of it down there by Nicaragua, Panama. Down in that area, there's a lot of precipitation, and that's where they're saying, a lot of things they're thinking that it might spin up, and we saw that with Milton. Milton, if you remember when the other one went through, they were showing Milton a long time in the GFS model, and I was just like, wow, this other storm's going to back up this other one. I thought it was a joke. And then the model started changing their attitude about it. And then what happened? It happened. We never, ever thought we'd ever see a hurricane get as early in the season as Beryl did. I never thought I'd ever see a 150-mile-an-hour hurricane that far east. You never see them build that far east. Mm-hmm. Usually, through history, they've always built. But to build that far east right after coming off Africa, that's amazing stuff. This season is, we've had a lot of unprecedented seasons in the last few years, but this one is going to go down as one of the strangest ones. I never thought I'd ever see a hurricane hit Florida the way Milton hit us. He didn't hit us straight on, hit us at kind of an angle, but not like, if you look at Ian went from the south to the north. This thing went kind of at an angle, but went almost straight across. And then when the wraparound hit, it was like a big nor'easter on steroids, And I'll tell you what scared me with that Milton was that north wind. That north wind scared me more this time than it ever scared me before. Because when that stuff hits your door and it's pushing in a steel door,
mm-hmm.
and you're like, that door opens up, we're done. I mean, it was scary. I mean, we had, I think, about 100-mile-an-hour wind during that for about half an hour to an hour.
Wow.
And, I went through a lot more than that with Matthew and with Irma. Matthew, we had 178-mile-an-hour wind gusts that took a tree up. But, it's one of those things. It's like, man, these storms are just getting intense. I mean, very intense. And, used to be they were not as intense as that. This thing, man, is beating you up. I mean, beating it up bad. So just got to sit back and wait and see how SpaceX doing. They're getting ready for that next one. So they're thinking maybe they might bring the Starship back on this one. I don't know. We'll see. And I didn't read any more. Did you hear any more about the space station, if it's having problems, any, with the fatigue and all that?
Nothing more
on the
than
Russian side?
Nothing further than what I had last evening. I did see that apparently that SpaceX launch earlier this month, they say, was a whole lot more dramatic than we realized. They kind of broke down that they were like 1 second away from aborting that capture there with the toothpicks or whatever.
Yeah, it was close. It was close. They either had to do it or shut up or put up. I mean, it was down to that deal. I mean, they had protocols that they had to meet before that even came close to that. Because you think about it, that thing is 200 foot tall, and it's coming back fast. And that's a big piece of metal coming back at you.
Yep.
And if that would have hit somebody other than where it went, and it was amazing. It was amazing. I was really shocked. They have actually pulled that booster now. They had it in the launch bay, checking it out to see where everything is. I know they have a lot of issues with the engine bells. You know the bottom of the engine that you see, it's kind of like a V, a round bell they call it. That part on that booster, they always saw it in film footage that those warped. Well, now they actually have them in their hands, and they say, yeah, that thing's warped. So they got to figure out something different with those bells on the end of the engine for the exhaust, because they can't be warped like that. You can't reuse them, and that's an expensive piece there. Steve, that's 3D printed.
Really?
That bell part of the rocket is actually 3D printed.
Wow.
Yeah, it's actually 3D printed. They use a machine that takes the metal, whatever alloy they want to make it out of, and it 3D prints that bell. The one to watch though is that New Glenn. That's the one the Jeff Bezos rocket. That's supposed to be testing pretty soon. I think it's the middle of November. When you see that's going to be amazing. That's a neat rocket. I mean, he's going to give Elon a run for his money if he can get that thing off the ground with satellites. And did you hear the direct-to-cell phones that Elon's going to try to put out there?
No, sir.
They are going to have a phone service through Starlink that it will pick up data whether it's pointed at the satellite or not. So your phone could be in your pocket picking up your data. They're working on it right now. They're testing it, and I read an article on it this morning, and it's going to be something amazing. It's going to change the cellular market if it gets out there, especially with like these hurricanes and things like that where you can't get communication. You won't need cell towers. Everything will be direct off the Starlink satellite, and it'll be direct data. So if you can't communicate with somebody voice, you'll be able to connect to them and do it via data. So it's something that we've got to pay attention to. I think he's really stepping up his game with the Starlink stuff. So that's all I got today, buddy. I always did enough to get time. So y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me.
Very good. Thank you for checking in there. Have a good morning. Yeah, real quick, the SpaceX rocket launch was more dramatic than it looked. The catch that occurred on the 13th during the flight test, the 5th flight test of the Starship, the huge first stage booster, the Super Heavy, that came back about 7 minutes after liftoff, nestling next to the launch tower with the chopstick arms, as they call it. That epic moment almost didn't happen. Super Heavy was 1 second away from aborting the launch tower landing and crashing into a patch of nearby ground. According to SpaceX engineers, that's what they've told Elon Musk. Musk revealed part of that conversation on Friday in a post that showed the billionaire's progress on the online game Diablo 4. That post depicted 3 minutes of Musk's Diablo 4 gameplay, which occurred while he was talking to 3 unnamed SpaceX engineers about that Starship test flight. I wanted to be really upfront about scary shish kebab that happened and what we're doing about it, because I think that's our focus on getting to Flight 6. One of those engineers telling Musk at the beginning of the conversation, that focus, the engineer says, is on booster risk reduction rather than ship envelope expansion. He goes into some detail about what he called the scary shish kebab. We had a misconfigured spin gas abort that did not have quite the right ramp-up time for bringing up spin pressure. We were 1 second away from that tripping and telling the rocket to abort and crash into the ground next to the tower instead of landing at the tower. Like erroneously tell a healthy rocket to not try the catch. To which you hear Elon say, wow. We knew we had a whole bunch of new aborts and commit criteria that we tried to double check really well. The engineer goes on to say, I think our concern was well placed, and one of those came really close to biting us. That was one of the reasons we were thinking about delaying the launch, according to another engineer. But SpaceX ultimately nailed the chopstick booster catch. All right, so there was more to the story, but we're rolling toward news break here. I know Eagle wants to get back on board. I'm going to grab Porn Star because I think he's got a live update. Road conditions in Wyoming. Morning, Porn Star.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing, brother?
Doing well.
Hey, I-80 is a joke, basically, from Laramie all the way to Rock Springs. We pulled out of Cheyenne at 4. It's 250 miles from Cheyenne to Rock Springs, and I got to Rock Springs right around midnight tonight, Mountain Time. Took us about 8 hours.
Wow.
It's slicking spots from Cheyenne to Laramie going over the summit. Once you get past Laramie, starting to climb Arlington, Elk Mountain area, it just turns into a crap show. The further west you went, the heavier the snow got. Road just got a sheet of ice. Couldn't see nothing. Winds were blowing about 40, 50 miles an hour with heavy snow. Basically whiteout conditions. Mile marker 160-ish, something like that. Eastbound, Old Dominion truck pulling a set of doubles. He quit making it up the hill, spun out, jackknife, and it's probably about a good 5-10 mile backup. They got 80 shut down.
Wow.
Get to Rock Springs, it clears up a bit. It's 32 degrees right now west of Rock Springs. I'm almost by Little America. It's snowing. The roads are wet. I'm going about 60 right now. The roads are wet.
Okay.
So hopefully further west I go, the better the roads are. But basically from Laramie to Rock Springs, I wouldn't even try it.
Okay, just call it pull it over, call it a day. All right.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has framed Donald Trump as a threat to democracy in a major speech in Washington. The US Vice President delivered her so-called closing argument to voters at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House where the then President Trump addressed a mob of supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the outcome of the last election. Benji Hire reports.
Tens of thousands of people attending this rally focused on a future of freedom and hope. But this speech was about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the American flags, the big USA banners, sending a message that, in the words of the Vice President, she's putting country above party. She drew a stark contrast between her and the former president, who she called an unstable wannabe dictator. She said that Donald Trump represents chaos and division, referencing the January 6th, 2021 attack on the US Capitol and his more recent controversial remarks about coming after his political opponents, people he brands as enemies from within.
Donald Trump's campaign has condemned comments from Joe Biden, claiming the president called Trump supporters garbage. garbage. The White House says Biden was describing hateful rhetoric as garbage, not Trump supporters. The US says it's deeply concerned by an Israeli airstrike on northern Gaza, which the Hamas-run health ministry says left at least 93 people dead or missing. Israel says it's looking into reports of civilians being harmed in the strike on the town of Beit Lahia. Meanwhile, 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed in northern Gaza. It comes as international concern mounts about Israeli legislation to prevent the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees operating in Israel. Dr. Hussam Zomlot, head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, says it would have a devastating impact.
It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline for the people in Gaza. UNRWA service the majority of people in Gaza in terms of health education. I was educated by UNRWA. I was born in a refugee camp. So does UNRWA in the West Bank and in the region, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan. This is literally a lifeblood for the Palestinian people.
Starbucks is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk being fired. Tony Waterman reports.
Starting in January, Starbucks will institute an accountability process to make sure workers are complying with its hybrid office policy, and the penalty for non-compliance could be termination. That is according to an internal memo seen by the Wall Street Journal. It's been nearly 2 years since the company mandated corporate employees spend at least 3 days a week in the office. And the company's new CEO, who commutes 1,000 miles via corporate jet, told workers last month that there is power in having everybody together.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Back with more, and it's 844-844-3388. Trying to understand the rationale of the chief executive officer of Ford, who raised a lot of eyebrows, announcing that he's actually driving a Chinese-made electric vehicle and said he doesn't plan to exchange it for an American-made car anytime soon. Do what? That's the deal. Jim Farley, whose company has benefited from tax subsidies under the Inflation Reduction Act, admitting he drives that Chinese vehicle. Matter of fact, Farley had the vehicle. A Xiaomi SU7 electric sedan that retails for $30,000, flown from Shanghai to Chicago so he could drive it. The report from the National Review. He says, I don't like talking about the competition so much, but I drive the Xiaomi. He was on a British, talk show, Fully Charged, with the British actor Robert Llewellyn. He said, we flew one from Shanghai to Chicago, and I've been driving it for like 6 months now, and I don't want to give it up. Now, the Trump administration banned Xiaomi, which also develops software and consumer electronics like smartphones, banned them from the U.S. market for being a military company tied to the Chinese Communist Party, but the Biden administration reversed that decision after Xiaomi challenged it in court. But Farley's admission that he drives a Chinese-made electric vehicle, some say that this is a slap in the face to the thousands of hardworking employees at Ford. Jason Isaac is CEO of the American Energy Institute, stating that at a time when Ford is receiving billions of dollars in subsidies from American taxpayers to support domestic EV production, it's deeply troubling that the company's chief executive would choose a Chinese product over an American vehicle that his own company manufactures. In a post on X, Farley wrote he likes to drive vehicles from Ford's competitors to assess what the company's up against, in his words. I try to drive everything we compete against, he said. I've done that my entire career. Specs can tell part of a story, but you got to get behind the wheel to truly understand and beat the competition. So trying to understand his mindset there, I guess, to some extent, you want to know what your competition has to offer, but the fact you wouldn't have to drive it for that length of time. I mean, a couple of days behind the wheel, you know what you got, right? He's been driving it 6 months and plans to keep on. I found that rather odd. All right, Eagle back on board this Wednesday, Hump Day. Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah, I want to just say some things that I didn't get to the first time, Steve. I want to address what Joe Biden had to say today about Trump followers being garbage or trash. Well, got bad news for Joe Biden, Steve. Very bad news for good old Biden. He's the one that's the garbage. Just like Trump said, he'll go down in history. I don't like talking, about Jimmy Carter, because he on his last legs. But Donald Trump keeps talking about him at his rallies. Jimmy Carter was the worst president the United States of America ever was associated with until Joe Biden came along. Joe Biden, you, my man, you're the definition of garbage. If you look up the definition of garbage, there'll probably be a picture of him in the book very soon, in the encyclopedia, because what he's done to America, Steve, he's nothing but trash. Joe Biden, and he put the nerve of that guy to say, but it doesn't really matter because he's on his last legs and he's on his way out the door. And like I always tell you, Steve, and my grandfather told me a long time ago, Joe Biden, my man, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, brother, because nobody will miss you. I know I won't. You know something, Steve? America is this is it right here, Steve. I didn't want to get to this in the first deal. This time next week is Wednesday morning right now. This time next week, we could possibly know we're less than 7 days away. Let me put this another way, from some very good things happening to America or some very bad things happening to America. It's basically good versus evil at this point. Steve, this is a very bad, scary situation. I've been talking about this for almost 4 years now, since 2020 with you on a nightly basis. And we down to the last 5 to 6 days of America's, what's going to happen in America. And like I said, I hope and pray that God and the people of America will make the right decision. It really shouldn't even be a decision at this point, Steve. Donald Trump, if people had any kind of brain cells in their head, Donald Trump would walk away with 100% of the votes in America. If people were really thinking the way they think, Steve, Donald Trump should walk away with 100% of the votes. Kamala has nothing to run. She hasn't said anything about her plans for the next 4 years for America. Nothing about putting people to work. Nothing about bringing jobs back to America. Nothing about closing the border down. Nothing about getting rid of this inflation, these high food prices, gas. She hasn't said nothing, zero. She can't even conduct a 5-10 minute interview, even with people that's on her side, Steve. That shows you how stupid she is. She can't even go to The View. She can't even go to The View with, you want to talk about garbage. Now, Joe Biden, you want to talk about garbage. Let's take a look at The View television program with Whoopi Goldberg and the people that she associates with. Let's talk about MSNBC, the show that comes on in the morning with them two losers. Let's talk about those shows. Let's talk about CNN television with Don Lemon and Rachel Maddow and all these other people. This is what you call garbage, Steve. So Joe Biden needs to go check it out and learn what the true definition of garbage is, because the people that support Donald Trump are not garbage. They're what you call pure Americans, people that care about their country, brother. And unfortunately, Joe Biden doesn't do that. I want to ask you a question, Steve. When have you ever heard at any of Kamala, like I say, I can't even listen to her rallies. When have you ever heard Kamala Harris, it doesn't even have to be at a rally, when have you ever heard her say that she wants to make America great again, to go back to the way it was when America was doing good and people was working and we didn't have this inflation rate, borders was closed down? Have you heard Kamala say she wanted to make America great?
No, sir. No, sir.
Have you heard her say that?
No.
You never heard her say that. You never heard her say that she wanted to turn this country into the greatest country in the world, like Donald Trump always talks about, bringing Detroit, Michigan. Anybody that's been to Detroit, Michigan now will realize it's a ghost town. All the auto dealerships, the major places, have moved down to Mexico or either Canada, shut down the whole damn place. Donald Trump is talking about bringing jobs back to Detroit, Michigan, and putting American people back to work. And that's exactly what he should do. And that's exactly what needs to be done. Kamala, last time I checked, she didn't say a damn thing about Detroit, Michigan, and putting people back to work. But here's the thing. Here's what I mainly want to talk to you about, Steve. And this goes back to my old hometown of Houston, Texas. Because like I said, I didn't get a chance to call in with you on Monday. This is the ultimate embarrassment. This shows you how down low Kamala Harris is, Steve. This shows you how bad her deal, her rallies, and the people that support her are. Kamala Harris lied to the people of Houston, Texas, and said, I think it was Saturday, she said that Beyonce, professional music singer, was going to be at her rally. And she lied to these people to get people in attendance. And these people showed up to her rally. And after they found out, Beyonce talked for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then she left the arena. And those people raised all kind of hell. You should have seen how many people got up out of their seats when Kamala Harris hit the stage to get ready. Nobody wants to hear what she has to say. They went to her rally to see Beyonce. And the same thing happened a couple of months ago when she had the female rapper in Atlanta, Georgia. After that female rapper performed, everybody got the hell up and left the arena, and Kamala was standing there looking stupid, just like she is. And the same thing happened in Houston, Texas over the weekend. Nobody wants to hear what Kamala has to say because she didn't have anything to say. And like Trump said, she has the bus people in. And I asked you this question just the other day on Sunday, Steve. Madison Square Garden is one of the best known arenas in the world in New York City. Donald Trump had people standing out in the street. He said there was a line all the way down to the Hudson River trying to get into that Madison Square Garden to hear him talk on Saturday. They had to turn people away to get into that arena to hear Trump speak. Now, I want to ask your listeners, especially Douglas and people like that. I wonder if Kamala Harris could have filled up Madison Square Garden on Saturday afternoon. I wonder if she could have filled it up with like Donald Trump and have people standing outside sleeping. People actually slept outside in the parking lot so they might have an opportunity to get into the arena on that day. I guarantee you Kamala Harris, if she gave away free tickets, if she gave away all the time, Michael Jackson or any other performer she could come up with could show up, and they still don't want to hear what she got to say, because after the musical performance, everybody would get up and get the hell out of the arena, just like Donald Trump says, because Kamala has nothing to say, and if she did have something to say, nobody wants to hear it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. I have not seen the video. I'm sure that'll be splashed all over the mainstream media. I mean, supposedly there were guesstimated 75,000 people there to hear her speak at the Ellipse this past evening. I don't know. True, false? 75,000? Okay. Wreaths across America. It's almost, can you believe? In just over 6 weeks, we'll all come together for National Wreaths Across America Day. Got the email this past day. The continued dedication from the volunteers and supporters. We understand ours is a year-round commitment that has allowed us to grow partnerships and outreach all over the country. As we head into the final stretch for the big day, let's not lose track of how important the work all of you do year-round is in teaching the next generation the cost of freedom and the responsibility for its security that will one day fall on them. As of today, we can share that on December 14, Wreath Lane events will be held at over 4,700 participating locations. Thank you for your dedication to the mission, which is remember, honor, teach. The email from Karen Wooster, but just 6 weeks away, and they do indeed rely heavily on the volunteers placing the wreaths, the volunteers in the trucking community offering equipment to move those wreaths to all those destinations around the country. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So it looks like the fact checkers have already dissected Kamala's closing arguments that she delivered this past evening, defying fact checkers, repeating false claims that have already been debunked during the campaign. They've got a proverbial baker's dozen list of false claims she made in her closing argument. I'll see if we can't break some of those down for you here. First, other industry headlines. Brain Dead earlier this evening, he had forwarded to me, I guess he got the email that had gone out to the former Yellow employees in regards to the update on the court filing on the WARN Act claims at Yellow. FreightWaves kind of broke it down. A federal bankruptcy judge in Delaware admitting this week to making a mistake in September, in his opinion, regarding the treatment of roughly $6.5 billion in withdrawal liability claims against Yellow. The prior ruling sent the defunct less-than-truckload carrier stock spiraling last month as shareholders came to grips with the notion that pension claims would likely see more than just the fractional recovery once thought. Judge Goldblatt's initial opinion incorrectly asserted Yellow was in default prior to their August of 23 bankruptcy filing. The timing of the default could determine if the claims are due in full or are subject to a 20-year cap and discounting to present value. The initial take was that the company's default had accelerated the amounts due without the need for discounting. He instructed counsel for both parties to submit written arguments, noting he could not provide a decision until the timing of the default can be determined. That matter could ultimately be taken up at a later trial date. Shares of Yellow jumped 78% to 80 cents per share halfway through the Monday hearing before closing the day up 31%. The stock tanked nearly 90% from $5.20 to 60 cents the day the judge's initial ruling was announced. Yellow's largest shareholder, MFN Partners, joined Yellow's counsel in arguing against the initial ruling. The Boston-based private equity firm, which also provided bankruptcy financing to Yellow, acquired a more than 40% equity stake in the company, of course, in the days just prior to the July 30th closure. MFN and its affiliate Mobile Street Holdings have come under scrutiny from pension funds holding claims against the estate. Mobile Street recently purchased withdrawal liability claims from two separate pensions, placing it in an irreconcilably inconsistent position where it's now also fighting against the claims that it owes, according to the funds. The pension funds said MFN attempted to conceal the claims purchases from the court by using an affiliate. So the Monday update from the court likely further delays a final Chapter 11 plan that Yellow put before the court earlier this month. That plan, which outlines likely recovery scenarios for all classes of creditors, was initially held up for the September 13 opinion, deciding how the withdrawal liabilities would be treated. The court also heard summary judgment motions regarding worker adjustment and retraining notification, or WARN Act claims against the estate on Monday. The judge deferred a ruling until the scheduled December 9th trial date, which to me sounds like everything's still pretty much in limbo there. Will you ever get the official word? All right, so rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast as we make our way into Hump Day coming on here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Election. Can't avoid it as we are less than a week away, but the ongoing shenanigans, the Nevada Supreme Court ruling this week that mail-in ballots received up to 3 days after Election Day without a postmark has to be counted, rejecting a Republican challenge. State law requiring mail-in ballots to be counted even with a postmark that cannot be determined applies to mail-in ballots that do not have postmarks at all, according to the Supreme Court. If a voter properly and timely casts their vote by mailing their ballot before or on the day of the election, and through a post office omission, the ballot isn't postmarked, it would go against public policy to discount that properly cast vote, according to the court opinion. There is no principal distinction between mail-in ballots where the postmark is illegible or maybe smudged and those that have no postmark at all, according to the court.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has framed Donald Trump as a threat to democracy in a major speech in Washington. The US Vice President delivered her so-called closing argument to voters at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where the then President Trump addressed a mob of supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the outcome of the last election. Benji Hire reports.
Tens of thousands of people attending this rally focused on a future of freedom and hope. But this speech was about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the American flags, the big USA banners, sending a message that, in the words of the Vice President, she's putting country above party. She drew a stark contrast between her and the former president, who she called an unstable wannabe dictator. She said that Donald Trump represents chaos and division, referencing the January 6th, 2021 attack on the US Capitol and his more recent controversial remarks about coming after his political opponents, people he brands as enemies from within.
Donald Trump's campaign has condemned comments from Joe Biden, claiming the president called Trump supporters garbage. The White House says Biden was describing hateful rhetoric as garbage, not Trump supporters. The US says it's deeply concerned by an Israeli airstrike on northern Gaza, which the Hamas-run health ministry says left at least 93 people dead or missing. Israel says it's looking into reports of civilians being harmed in the strike on the town of Beit Lahia. Meanwhile, 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed in northern Gaza. It comes as international concern mounts about Israeli legislation to prevent the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees operating in Israel. Dr. Hussam Zomlot, head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, says it would have a devastating impact.
It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline for the people in Gaza. UNRWA service the majority of people in Gaza in terms of health education. I was educated by UNRWA. I was born in a refugee camp. So does UNRWA in the West Bank and in the region, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan. This is literally a lifeblood for the Palestinian people.
Starbucks is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk being fired. Tony Waterman reports.
Starting in January, Starbucks will institute an accountability process to make sure workers are complying with its hybrid office policy, and the penalty for non-compliance could be termination. That is according to an internal memo seen by the Wall Street Journal. It's been nearly 2 years since the company mandated corporate employees spend at least 3 days a week in the office. And the company's new CEO, who commutes 1,000 miles via corporate jet, told workers last month that there is power in having everybody together.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the latest pronouncements by the Taliban on the rights of women in Afghanistan. You may remember that several weeks ago, women were banned from speaking in public. Now, even when they are at home, they're being banned from speaking to anyone outside their family. Heather Barr is Interim Women's Rights Director at Human Rights Watch.
This feels like it's targeted very directly at women's rights protesters and women who are opposing Taliban abuses, who, of course, have to speak to each other to be able to organize protests, to talk to each other and plan to do things like set up underground schools for girls. This follows on the heels of a much longer declaration that included provisions saying that women's voices shouldn't be heard in public, which was also shocking and extreme. But this is a new sign that that in this case, women's rights protesters are their target, and it's part of what seems like it's certain to be an ongoing crackdown, where the Taliban do more and more to erase women completely from public life.
It is not known how widely the new rule has been implemented so far, but from the moment the Taliban returned to power following the botched US-led withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, hard-won rights for women have been completely eroded. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Kamala Harris has framed Donald Trump as a threat to democracy in a major speech in Washington. Donald Trump's campaigns condemned comments from Joe Biden, claiming the president called Trump supporters garbage. The US says it's deeply concerned by an Israeli airstrike on northern Gaza, which the Hamas-run health ministry says left at least 93 people dead or missing. And Starbucks is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk being fired. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Back at it here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into Hump Day. All right, we turn the page on the calendar. Here we are, 30th of October, Halloween Eve. Yeah, do they still call it Damage Night? When I was a kid, Halloween Eve was when the kids would go out and toilet paper the old lady's yard that they didn't like, right? Sometimes you might egg somebody's house. Damage night. Is that a thing of the past, or they still do that? I don't know. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. In our conversation with Philip a bit earlier, I think he asked about heard anything more about Boeing and their space unit. With all the mishaps they've had, it's not been a good year for Boeing. And Shorty shares with me a report this morning that kind of alludes to Boeing is maybe looking to sell some portions of their space business as they look at ways to streamline operations. The Wall Street Journal reported, citing familiar with the matter, that Boeing is considering selling portions of their NASA business, including the troubled Starliner space vehicle and operations that support the International Space Station. The potential divestment would exclude the Boeing the unit that's building NASA's space launch system, as well as its commercial and satellite businesses. Now, when asked, Boeing said Boeing does not comment on market rumors or speculations. The Starliner program has faced many development delays and technical problems, with more than $1.8 billion in private cost overruns. Of course, the two NASA astronauts who Boeing took to the space station earlier this year still stuck there after the Starliner suffered the helium leaks and thruster issues. They're expected to return, obviously, on the rival SpaceX Crew Dragon craft coming up in February. As we know, ultimately, the Starliner did successfully return to Earth, but without the astronauts. It was too risky. That was deemed too risky at the time, so that's where things stand there. But I'd say not surprising that they're looking to maybe sell off a portion of that business, at least. Good morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Hey, I talked to the Heat there earlier tonight. I talked to him probably 45 minutes. Yeah, he's healing, but he said it would probably be, like I think Becky said, there towards the end of the month before he could possibly get back to work. I got him in there doing paperwork in the office, typical light duty stuff.
Right.
He said he was going through everybody's permit books and making sure everything was up to date and that sort of thing. Yeah. But he's doing all right. I mean, well, slowly healing. They got him with this special glove that he says he's got to wear for about 15 minutes at a time, and it's supposed to, I can't remember exactly what it does, but it's supposed to help the nerves, because they said the nerves at his wrist and his hand will affect the healing of that thumb. So it's also, it's got a cold compress in it, if I'm not mistaken, and he says that's really working well, because, his wife and daughter has got to have the house extremely cold because of their medical conditions. And he's here got to put this cold glove on. You can imagine that gets a little old real quick. But other than that, it seems to be doing all right. He was headed down to McDonald's when I was talking to him to get some supper.
So I guess he's
out and about.
I'm assuming he's kind of probably sleeping during the nighttime hours like a normal day shift worker.
Oh yeah, because he said he's got to be at the yard at 7 o'clock in the morning. So
wow.
About the time you go on the air, I mean, he's already in bed asleep. So he has to, I think he told me he gets up roughly about the time you go off the air. As far as 5'7", I haven't heard from him in a couple of weeks. I tried to call him one morning. I need to try to call him back. I also need to call Blind Man. I haven't called him in a little bit either. I'm laying down on the job. I need to contact some of the other listeners that's out. Well, I've got my own things going on. Unfortunately, I'd like to ask for prayers from the listening audience. My aunt that was kind of like a big sister to me growing up, right now she's dying. They're expecting her to go anytime. I talked to my first cousin, her son, earlier, and if she lasts through the night, he said that they would be surprised. And here's what's scary, Steve. She's only 72 years old. She's got cancer in her kidney and cirrhosis of the liver. No, she didn't drink. Here's something people need to think about. What hers is from, she was taking medicine for her arthritis, and come to find out the long-term effects on that medicine is it attacks the liver. My wife had a friend who got cirrhosis of the liver because she ran a cleaning business, and it was the cleaning products. Long exposure to cleaning products will do that too. People hear cirrhosis of the liver and they automatically think, well, that person drinks. My stepdad had that before he passed away, and Dr. Platt told him he needed to stop drinking. He said, I don't even drink. And my stepdad, he drank when he was younger a little bit, but he hadn't had alcohol probably in 30 years, and the doctor told him he needs to stop drinking because he was having cirrhosis of the liver. A lot of misconceptions about that. Yes, drinking does attack the liver heavily, but it's sad that some people, through no fault of their own, that they catch this stuff. going back to Heat's wife and daughter, you know, they go through what holy hell because of the conditions they got. As many of you listeners know, I drive for Everett Express. And they're one of the biggest sponsors of St. Jude's Children's Hospital. You think you have a rough life, just pay attention to them St. Jude's commercials on TV. How the little tiny kids have got cancer through no fault of their own. There's one that really hits me. This little boy, he had cancer. He went back for tests that he'd been cancer-free, and the cancer had come back in a different part of his body.
Right.
You know, he was 7 years old and was battling cancer for the second time around. It's just, you know, we don't know how lucky we have it, really. You know, a lot of us don't. It's like Captain Ron was talking about when he went to the Dominican Republic. But like he said, they were happy. Then again, if we got our health, we got enough to eat, we got a roof over our head and stuff, we ought to thank God for what we have. You know, I mean, it's in the Bible, it says that it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Now, from what I understand, I'm no biblical scholar. Our resident preacher can explain this, I'm sure. A lot of people think, well, that means that a rich man cannot enter a kingdom of heaven. But no, the reference, from what I understand, was there was a passage in Jerusalem that was called the Eye of a Needle. And they used it of a night after the great gates were closed. And to do that, you had to unload the camel. I think you had to get it to hunch down and stuff just to get it through there. Yes, it could be done, but it was a lot of work to be able to get the camel to come through that passageway. You know, Well, Steve, I tell you what, I keep on hearing Harris saying that Trump is a threat to democracy. And how he says he's threatened these political opponents. You know, they did everything they could to steal the 2020 election. I know that's a controversial issue, but, you know, we all have our own opinion. We know the charges on January 6th are overblown. We know there's a lot of people got charged with charges they should never have done. We know that Trump literally told them to march peacefully to the Capitol and then told them to go home when the thing started, when the riots started. You know, and here they are attacking Trump on every front.
Yes.
Pressing charges about this, that, and everything. And they say that he'll go after his political opponents. That's all they've done from the time he took office in 2016. They had articles of impeachment filed during his inauguration. It's just amazing. I'm like Eagle on this. Why people cannot see through this is beyond me. It's like I've said before. Look at she is promising tax cuts for the working class. Why don't she do it now? And why is it actually Trump gave us tax cuts and he was in office, not just the rich, across the board tax cuts. Joe Biden himself said he was going to let the Trump tax cuts expire.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, she right now wants to raise taxes on the working class. So, yeah, I know. I'm kind of preaching to the choir. Maybe one of these days we might get through to Douglas and Sundance.
Nah.
And there's others out there like them. Maybe, I'm hoping. I've got a good friend that's very liberal, but he seems to be swaying. So, you know, I'm hoping maybe he can wake up and see, but he watches MSNBC a lot, so you're almost fighting a losing battle, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I hope everybody has a safe night, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan. Thanks for the update there. And just some fools never learn. That was the old adage, wasn't it? Heard that before?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Well, as Gilligan just brought up, he mentioned the fact that Trump told his supporters to march peacefully and patriotically. Yes, he did. Yeah, that was one of the long list of old lies Kamala laid out in her closing argument speech this past evening. Defying the fact checkers, repeating the laundry list of claims that had already been debunked. But some of the most egregious, she stated, then President Donald Trump sent an armed mob to the U.S. Capitol to overturn the will of the people. Of course, he did not send a mob. He told his supporters to march peacefully and patriotically. Rioters were already there, but they were not armed with guns. Only 5 were ultimately charged with firearms crimes, but they did not use their guns during the riot. Very few were armed with anything. And many of them protesters believed they were protecting an election, not overturning one. That, according to a Harvard study. She says he has an enemies list, people that he intends to prosecute. There is no such list that exists. Trump has pointed out that despite his campaign rhetoric in 2016, he refrained from prosecuting Hillary Clinton, even though she had arguably broken the law with her misuse of classified information and destruction of government documents. She said he says that one of his highest priorities is to set free those violent extremists who assaulted law enforcement officers on January 6th. Trump never said he would pardon violent people or extremists. He said that he would pardon many on a case-by-case basis, implying that he would not pardon that he would pardon non-violent offenders. Notably, Harris herself urged people to bail out rioters, as you'll recall, who were arrested in the 2020 riots. Next on the list, Donald Trump, she says, intends to use the U.S. military against American citizens who disagree with him. He's never said anything like that. What he said was he would use the National Guard, or if really necessary, the military against radical left lunatics who tried to disrupt the election. Now, that's actually a common position among both parties. Did not the Democrats deploy the military to protect the Capitol after the riot? Kamala says, I will always tell you the truth. Yeah, that's never a good thing for a politician to say, and it's easily disproven. She lied to the country about Joe's mental state. She lied about the Charlottesville very fine people hoax in the 24 presidential debate after being fact-checked about the same claim on live television in the 2020 vice presidential debate. And, of course, she lied in this speech. We've already cited a handful of examples. She says Trump wants tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. As media has demonstrated in many repeated fact checks, the Trump tax cuts of 2017 primarily benefited the middle class and actually imposed higher taxes on some wealthy households, especially in Democrat-run states. Trump did lower corporate taxes, but with the intent of encouraging companies to invest more at home than abroad. To create jobs for Americans. She said he's going to pay for it with a 20% national sales tax. Trump has never proposed a national sales tax, and he would certainly oppose one. The term national sales tax is how the Democrats describe Trump's tariffs, which could, in theory, raise some prices, but Democrats are not opposed to tariffs. The Biden-Harris administration kept a number of the Trump tariffs in place, and those tariffs did not raise prices significantly. Inflation kicked in when Biden took office. She says he tried to cut Medicare and Social Security every year. And she said all this, hours ago. That's another claim that has been fact-checked before, even by NBC News, which said, it has merit but omits some key context. His budget proposed some Social Security cuts but not Medicare benefit cuts. Ironically, the Biden-Harris administration has cut Medicare Advantage, with the majority of Medicare beneficiaries use over traditional Medicare. She says he's going to ban abortion nationwide. Trump has rejected this at every opportunity, stating he believes the issue is best to be handled by the states, which can choose whatever policy they want. That was the effect of overturning Roe versus Wade. Some liberal states granted abortion up till birth. Yes, some conservative state banned it in most circumstances. In no instance were these Trump abortion bans, as she's trying to claim. As she goes on to, he's going to restrict access to birth control and in vitro fertilization. No, simply a false statement. There's several others, but we've got to get a news break. And Carl checks in. Brain Dead is on board, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has framed Donald Trump as a threat to democracy in a major speech in Washington. The US Vice President delivered her so-called closing argument to voters at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where the then President Trump addressed a mob of supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the outcome of the last election. Benji Hire reports.
tens of thousands of people attending this rally focused on a future of freedom and hope. But this speech was about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the American flags, the big USA banners, sending a message that, in the words of the Vice President, she's putting country above party. She drew a stark contrast between her and the former president, who she called an unstable wannabe dictator. She said that Donald Trump represents chaos and division, referencing the January 6th, 2021 attack on the US Capitol and his more recent controversial remarks about coming after his political opponents, people he brands as enemies from within.
Donald Trump's campaign has condemned comments from Joe Biden, claiming the president called Trump supporters garbage. The White House says Biden was describing hateful rhetoric as garbage, not Trump supporters. The US says it's deeply concerned by an Israeli airstrike on northern Gaza, which the Hamas-run health ministry says left at least 93 people dead or missing. Israel says it's looking into reports of civilians being harmed in the strike on the town of Beit Lahia. Meanwhile, 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed in northern Gaza. It comes as international concern mounts about Israeli legislation to prevent the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees operating in Israel. Dr. Hussam Zomlot, head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, says it would have a devastating impact.
It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline for the people in Gaza. UNRWA service the majority of people in Gaza in terms of health education. I was educated by UNRWA. I was born in a refugee camp. So does UNRWA in the West Bank and in the region, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan. This is literally a lifeblood for the Palestinian people.
Starbucks is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk being fired. Tony Waterman reports.
Starting in January, Starbucks will institute an accountability process to make sure workers are complying with its hybrid office policy, and the penalty for non-compliance could be termination. That is according to an internal memo seen by the Wall Street Journal. It's been nearly 2 years since the company mandated corporate employees spend at least 3 days a week in the office. And the company's new CEO, who commutes 1,000 miles via corporate jet, told workers last month that there is power in having everybody together.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Quick, let me finish up with there's a couple of other blatant lies. In Kamala's closing arguments, as she called it, she keeps saying over and over again that Trump killed a border security bill. That's been another one of those Biden-Harris talking points. Yeah, they were well aware that they do not need a new law to enforce border security. She doesn't need it today. But they keep on trying to blame Congress for not passing their so-called comprehensive immigration reform. I mean, that piece of legislation was going to actually legalize the migration levels at the current levels. What was it, 5,000 entries per day, at which point we'll shut things down. 5,000 a day? That's not doing anything to secure the border. Nobody needed Trump to tell Congress to oppose that idea. She said Trump called soldiers suckers and losers. The old hoax cooked up by the left-wing Atlantic, refuted by many, many witnesses, including those like the former National Security Advisor John Bolton, who had actually broken with Trump politically. Ironically, again, it was Biden and Harris that failed to contact the families of the 13 killed in Afghanistan in that debacle of a pullout. She never apologized. Lastly, Trump wants to put people who disagree with him in jail. Ambulance sirens were heard at times during Harris's speech, and they may well have been irony alerts, because it's the Biden-Harris Department of Justice that's still trying to put Trump in jail. Yes. Harris also spoke on the same day that former Trump aide Stephen K. Bannon actually emerged from prison after serving 4 months for his contempt of Congress charge that was widely viewed as bogus. She describes Trump as a wannabe dictator, a petty tyrant. A speech that was as negative as any she's made in her campaign. So as far as being her closing argument, it was really nothing more than a partisan attack. That's all she did. That's what you do. Morning, Carl.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it. Yep, you're exactly right about that report that you're reading there about all of the lies that she tells daily. Every time she talks about the armed mob, I'm thinking, wow. I mean, if I could imagine what an armed mob could do, there would be some many more casualties than what occurred there. And she continues to say about the police officers who died there that day too. She says there were many killed. You know, like
right.
Okay, you can't name a number of how many were killed, and on top of that, none of them were killed. As a matter of fact, they died of other causes later. You know, that's the fact. And she wants to say all of this, but yet she never does mention the 2 deaths of the 2 women who died that day, the 2 Trump supporters. One of them was Ashley Babbitt. The other one was Susan something. I can't think of her last name. But those 2 died there. The Susan one, she died of trampling. It was a trampling incident. And Ashley Babbitt was, of course, shot by the Capitol police officer when he should have just came over to her and put her in handcuffs if that's what he needed to do. You know, I just don't see deadly force being used in a situation like that. I saw that video of her death, and right shortly after she died, and then they took the video down off of YouTube.
Right.
And it was just a terrible thing what happened there. And she was unarmed. Of course, she had a Trump flag draping around her body and was hysterical and this, that, and the other. Yes, but she was a small woman, okay? And if this Capitol Police officer couldn't handle something like that, he shouldn't be a Capitol Police officer, you know? And I'm just thinking, wow, man, this is just hilarious what they're doing, and they're just lying every breath. They want to say these things about Trump. He's Trump bad, you know.
Yep.
And you've got an alternative here to vote for. Yeah, just vote for me, and I'm going to be better than Trump. And it's just amazing how people just forget about all the good things that he has done, and as president, when he was president, and they want to blame it all. And he even recommended the National Guard to Nancy Pelosi.
Correct.
Before the January 6th thing,
yep.
As a matter of fact. And it's just really, really just overblown what they've done here just to get rid of a good leader, you know, for this country. And it just shows perfectly that they're the ones who are the communists. They're the ones who want to take over this country and do things the way they want to do it, because we saw it during COVID with the way they did things on the shutdowns. And Andy Beshear, in particular, in the state of Kentucky, the things that he did. And he was even threatening to shut down the entire state. And it was like, whoa, man, you're getting way beyond where you need to be. And putting state police officers in parking lots of churches who decided to have church. And, I mean, it was just incredibly outrageous. And I just, and then Biden comes out and he says things like putting Trump in a bullseye. And then today he says, he's calling us all garbage. When he is the white trash, okay? He is the total, I'm sure you've heard that term before, white trash, okay? Yeah, that man right there reminds me of white trash. And him and his son, Hunter, okay? They both remind me of white trash. And I just got, I just can't believe that people would actually vote for this nonsense. It's incredible. But thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it, Steve. I could say a little bit more, but I don't want to take up your show.
Okay. Well, thanks for chiming in. Have a good morning. There you go, Carl. Let's move on to Morning Brain Dead.
Oh, morning, Steve. Nothing like hurry up, get to the warehouse, and wait and wait and wait. Oh, I've heard most of the show this morning, but did Horse Feathers bring up to you the fan interference at the World Series game this past evening?
Somebody brought it up. Yeah, I think. Well, you had posted there. I think you mentioned that. I did see the video of that. And I guess the fan was ultimately ejected from the game, probably banned from coming back to another game.
Oh, I imagine he's probably no longer going to be a season ticket holder.
Mm-hmm.
But me and a friend of mine were talking on Facebook back and forth when I was getting ready that he needs to be banned from every arena in New York. And not only that, but every arena, every stadium in baseball, his family as well, anybody on his social media. That is dangerous. That is seriously dangerous, because Mookie Betts could have been hurt, seriously hurt. And this guy should be made an example of that. Hey, this is the stupid crap you don't do at a baseball game.
Yeah.
Period. Not just a World Series. Period.
Anytime.
Because remember back in 2016 when the Cubs won the actual World Series, and that was many moons ago, that fan interference and how they did it. That was different from what happened tonight. That's literally too far across the line. Now, you were talking about Yellow in the Warren Act. I don't understand our legal system, and I'm not a lawyer at all. But why are we treated like a creditor? We at Yellow put our hard work, sweat, blood, and tears into that company. We should have been paid first before anybody else. We're still waiting on our vacation time, our time off. But I sent you the court filings and the documents that was part of that. And they're saying that well, the union is supposed to cut us the check. I'm sorry. The union never paid me a dime. It never paid me a dime. So why does Yellow get off saying that the union's got to pay me my money? And even then they're saying it's not going to be enough. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sorry. If federal law in some states, mind you, too, is 60 days, some states are 90, we need to be paid. We need to be paid the full amount, not what you deem fit to take care of the union, the central states and the unions that were propped up by Biden. I mean, central states has been going down for years, and we've said this for 10 years now, maybe more, that central states needs to reorganize like how they do in out west. I think Heatwave told me that it's a 401k out there, not an actual pension plan. And that's what they should go to, because and I showed Dingbat earlier, or one day this past week, of where they brought in $10 billion but spent $13 billion. And I don't know of any company that can last losing any money, matter of fact, for any given point in time. But yeah, it's just the old shaft. I was talking to some of the guys up here. Oh, well, you'll never get nothing. When I first started here, oh, you'll never get nothing. You'll never see a dime. Yeah, maybe back in your day, but that's when the federal law and all that came about with the Warren Act.
So basically, they just, I guess the judge just kind of kicked that down the road till December? They're saying now, when he's got I guess the trial gets underway then.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, I can't remember which side. One side does not want a trial and wants it paid out. I think it's the union that wants the trial, and Yellow does not want the trial. Or I could be wrong. I could have it slipped, but it's all in that court filing that I sent you in your email too. But by the way, Gilligan, I just want to say thank you, brother. Thank you, because you've made the poor dingy one cry. Him talking about St. Jude, and of course, I live in Memphis. Actually, we both live in Memphis, matter of fact. And remember years ago, we did the whole Truckers for Hope thing for St. Jude and Ronald McDonald House. We would actually take a truck to St. Jude and then go cook dinner that evening for Ronald McDonald House. And I was blessed to have done that up to when COVID hit. I'm looking to try to get back into that, but I don't know just yet. But we had a lot more memories. I mean, Steve, I could talk to you for a full 5 hours about all the memories that I had on every one of those. And it was really great to see these kids that are going through a cancer, going through something, that's rare or not deadly, but rare or in remission or whatnot, and see them get up in a truck and blow the air horn. I mean, it was just really great how your show and a couple of other shows allowed us to come on and promote the event. And I tell you, if I ever can get this back up and running again, we get rid of COVID, but we get this back up and running again, I'd love for you to come, Steve. I mean, this will melt your heart. I mean, just to see, 6, 7, 8-year-old little kid up behind the steering wheel just blowing the air horn for all they're worth, Steve. And Dingbat could tell you stories too of the times that she wasn't out there.
Well, when we were on the cruise here about a week ago, there was one day where they had it was a St. Jude fundraiser day, actually. They had hundreds of St. Jude T-shirts and some other St. Jude merchandise, and there were literally hundreds of people lined up. Yeah, for X amount of a donation, you'd get a T-shirt. $30, you'd get like the St. Jude bear in a backpack thing, and other folks were making donations, and there were a handful of $1,000 donations. I think the biggest one person made a $3,000 donation. I didn't get a final tally for just our particular cruise, but they have raised, forget how many millions of dollars. I guess it's become a tradition thing where Carnival does a St. Jude fundraiser on each of their cruises. So that was pretty cool. All right, we'll get a quick time out and return here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Got a caller wanting to know if, do we know when I-40 is going to reopen? I did a quick search, and according from Overdrive Online, Here just a few days ago, they said after Hurricane Helene closed almost 40 miles of I-40, western North Carolina. Yeah, floodwaters destroying some parts of the major artery. Pete Buttigieg said despite the entire government's best efforts, reopening could take billions of dollars and months or even years. Now, previously, North Carolina DOT officials suggested I-40 might reopen next October. I mean, a year from now. Tennessee officials noted a temporary fix could turn the interstate into at least a 2-lane road. Joined by North Carolina's Governor Roy Cooper and the North Carolina DOT Transportation Secretary Joey Hopkins, as they toured the damaged region, gave an update on the rescue, recovery, and rebuilding efforts. The bulk of the damage took place on eastbound I-40, the slide into the Pigeon River, cutting off the major route through the mountains to Asheville. Let's see. Buttigieg said DOT approved an $8 million contract to begin the stabilizing of the slope that collapsed into the Pigeon River. Another local outlet, WFMY, reported DOT hopes to stabilize the westbound lanes by January of 25. But it's going to take billions of dollars in months, if not years, to get back to normal for the road, according to Buttigieg in the press conference. But we will not rest until that normal is available for people in these communities that have their lives upended here, obviously. So it's going to take quite a bit of time. Who we got on board?
Yes, Bice, Steve.
Bice. All right. Well, I hope
right, Bice, or the running trucker. I like to run, so you can call me the running trucker. So, I was interested because this is really affecting my fleet, especially my account or route, because we were traveling. That was our main, route going through that 40, because we delivered Asheville and South Carolina and, parts of North Carolina. So, yeah, it sounds like it's not going to get fixed, man. And they're talking about billions of dollars, because I see they got more important things to do with our tax money.
Yeah, like Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine, these invaders that are crossing our border, So, it don't look like it's going to get fixed.
It ain't going to be soon. I mean, even, I guess, their best hope may be October of next year. And, that's another full year. What kind of impact is that going to have? Obviously, you're having to spend a lot more to take the alternative routes around, right? It's costing you more in fuel and more in time.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's going to cost the people that's paying for this product. It's going to cost them. So that's inflation on their end. Not like there's already enough of that going on. So, yeah, I think they need to get all the assets around the surrounding states and focus on getting that road done before that, because it's costing a lot of money. The trucking companies as a whole. The whole industry is costing a lot of money, because I'm sure, there's a lot of them that we have to take 64 east and 77 south, and it's costing the company a lot of fuel and then paying us that extra money for mileage. So anyway.
Well, Bryce, I've got your number.
Yes,
I got your number down here for as a first-time caller, Bryce. I see we're going to get you a $60 coupon voucher, or a code, I guess it would be, where you can go to hotshotsecret.com and $60 off your first order, whatever it might be. But if you got more, hang in there, because I got to get to my news break. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has framed Donald Trump as a threat to democracy in a major speech in Washington. The US Vice President delivered her so-called closing argument to voters at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where the then President Trump addressed a mob of supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the outcome of the last election. Benji Hire reports.
Tens of thousands of people attending this rally focused on a future of freedom and hope. But this speech was about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the American flags, the big USA banners, sending a message that, in the words of the Vice President, she's putting country above party. She drew a stark contrast between her and the former president, who she called an unstable wannabe dictator. She said that Donald Trump represents chaos and division, referencing the January 6th, 2021 attack on the US Capitol and his more recent controversial remarks about coming after his political opponents, people he brands as enemies from within.
Donald Trump's campaign has condemned comments from Joe Biden, claiming the president called Trump supporters garbage. The White House says Biden was describing hateful rhetoric as garbage, not Trump supporters. The US says it's deeply concerned by an Israeli airstrike on northern Gaza, which the Hamas-run health ministry says left at least 93 people dead or missing. Israel says it's looking into reports of civilians being harmed in the strike on the town of Beit Lahia. Meanwhile, 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed in northern Gaza. It comes as international concern mounts about Israeli legislation to prevent the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees operating in Israel. Dr. Hussam Zomlot, head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, says it would have a devastating impact.
It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline for the people in Gaza. UNRWA service the majority of people in Gaza in terms of health education. I was educated by UNRWA. I was born in a refugee camp. So does UNRWA in the West Bank and in the region, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan. This is literally a lifeblood for the Palestinian people.
Starbucks is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk being fired. Tony Waterman reports.
Starting in January, Starbucks will institute an accountability process to make sure workers are complying with its hybrid office policy, and the penalty for non-compliance could be termination. That is according to an internal memo seen by the Wall Street Journal. It's been nearly 2 years since the company mandated corporate employees spend at least 3 days a week in the office. And the company's new CEO, who commutes 1,000 miles via corporate jet, told workers last month that there is power in having everybody together.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the latest pronouncements by the Taliban on the rights of women in Afghanistan. You may remember that several weeks ago, women were banned from speaking in public. Now, even when they are at home, they're being banned from speaking to anyone outside their family. Heather Barr is Interim Women's Rights Director at Human Rights Watch.
This feels like it's targeted very directly at women's rights protesters and women who are opposing Taliban abuses, who, of course, have to speak to each other to be able to organize protests, to talk to each other and plan to do things like set up underground schools for girls. This follows on the heels of a much longer declaration that included provisions saying that women's voices shouldn't be heard in public, which was also shocking and extreme. But this is a new sign that that in this case, women's rights protesters are their target, and it's part of what seems like it's certain to be an ongoing crackdown where the Taliban do more and more to erase women completely from public life.
It is not known how widely the new rule has been implemented so far, but from the moment the Taliban returned to power following the botched US-led withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, hard-won rights for women have been completely eroded. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Kamala Harris has framed Donald Trump as a threat to democracy in a major speech in Washington. Donald Trump's campaigns condemned comments from Joe Biden, claiming the president called Trump's supporters garbage. The US says it's deeply concerned by an Israeli airstrike on northern Gaza, which the Hamas-run health ministry says left at least 93 people dead or missing. And Starbucks is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk being fired. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Alrighty, just like that, get our final hour underway on a Wednesday, hump day. And we left off there. We're talking to Bryce. Thanks for hanging in there, Bryce.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, my other thing I wanted to talk about, Steve, was I've been trucking for like 15 years now, and there's just some unsavory characters out here driving these trucks. They have no business being on the road, unless, a CDL. And I don't know if they're on drugs or drunk, but this morning I had two incidents this morning. A truck pulled out. They were parked on the interstate, first of all, which, is one of my pet peeves, unless you're broke down, a mechanical emergency. So they pulled out right in front of me. There's a couple trucks passing me on the left. I had to slam on my brakes. And, I don't know what these people are thinking. And then down the road about an hour, when you have a light load, you're going up little hills, okay, you're passing the trucks that are pulling a heavier load. So this went on, for about 10 miles going up and down this hill on 77 in North Carolina South. And I guess he got tired of me passing him, so I'm getting ready to pass him, and he's swerving over to block me from passing him. So I get back in the right lane, and he swerves over in the right lane. And I couldn't believe this guy is going to cause me to have an accident. So I tried to call, I called 911, and of course they couldn't really do anything because I didn't have it. I couldn't get his license plate number, but I was hoping I could keep him in front of me, and they could stop him. Because, I almost had an accident.
Right.
I just couldn't believe it.
Things you deal with every day out there, Bryce. You've probably seen, in the 15 years you've been out there, you've seen a lot of change.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's getting reckless out here. To say the least, it's never been this bad. I'm sure, fellow truckers out there listening could attest for this too. It's crazy. It's like you just risking your life out here,
Right.
So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, we ran out of time there at the top of the hour, but I mentioned I've got your number down there. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products at this point? No, you know what? I use the other product that you advertise on WOW. Is that similar? Do you use that the same way? Yeah, you would, and you'd probably be pleasantly surprised. I think once you try it, you'll make the switch.
Okay.
So, hey, a great way to try it is use. We'll get your number here. You'll get a coupon code, $60, and that'll get you a start. I would recommend Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, and of course, if you're going to use it in your diesel, get the Diesel Extreme. Try it out, and maybe one of these days you can ring us back up and let us know what you think.
Yeah, for sure, and it'll support the show, keep you guys running. So why not?
That's right. That's why we're here. Absolutely. All right, great. First time caller. Thank you so much, Bryce. Hello, Brother Rambler. We love those first time callers, don't we?
Yes, we do. And welcome aboard, Bryce. About time you got the courage and called us up. Don't be a stranger. Praise God. Keep on calling us up. Let us know how everything's going out there. And Mr. Bryce, don't forget that winter time is coming. And, when it's winter time, we all think about the pumpkin spice. And, Thanksgiving's right around the corner. We're all going to be eating Thanksgiving dinner. And we're going to be eating, us Southerners, we eat dressing down here, cornbread dressing. The folks up north, they eat stuffing. And, we're all going to be getting full of turkey and dressing. And I don't know why anyone would want to eat cranberries, but cranberries too. And, when you sit around, Steve, you get full of gas. Well, Bryce, try this other product that sponsors our show, sponsored by, I think it's Gold Eagle, Stay Build. We can take Alka-Seltzer as human beings, Alka-Seltzer to relieve gas, sex, and everything else, or you do it the old-fashioned way, burp and poot. But your equipment, your riding mower, your push mower, your tiller, your generator, they don't have no relief. So Stay Build keeps that gas fresh for whenever you need to get it. So try Stay Build today, and you can find Stay Build also if you go to overnightdrive.com, overnightdrive.com. Stay Build, I believe, Steve, is sold there along with your T-shirts, which are beautiful boy Ashton Nolt mount models for us. Go over there to Dale Nolt's Facebook page. You'll see him proudly sponsoring our shirts. Also, Bryce, you could get a 32-ounce tumbler, a cooler that'll keep your coffee or your sweet tea nice and cold or nice and hot, whichever one, and, of course, the trucker's caps and the 50-cent stickers. So go to overnightdriveradio.com, and don't be a stranger. Keep calling us back. Steve, man, it's so good to talk to you. Glad you're welcome back. Gilligan did bring up a good point, and Gilligan did answer it right. I texted him and said, yeah, you answered that right. So, Gilligan, I'm proud you've been reading your Bible, brother. That makes me happy. Steve, I guess we're just a bunch of garbage, aren't we?
All right.
Because,
yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that closing argument speech, what a bunch of BS and lies. I mean, I ain't never seen so much manure shoveled out of one person's mouth than ever in my life. There was transcripts on that very day to where he called Pelosi before it even happened. So, hey, you may want to get the National Guard out here. There's going to be something big happening. You may want to get the National Guard. And she is on audio recording, speaking to her daughter, saying she regrets that. She wishes she had listened. Proof.
Yep.
And he did tell his supporters, hey, peacefully, repeatedly. So who's the real dictators? Who's the real communist here? Who's the real fascists and Nazis? The Democrat Party. Excuse me, the Democrat Party. That's how I think of them. And not all Democrats are bad, but the ones that are just lose your ever loving mind are just terrible. But we love them and we pray for them, And you know what? I've seen Jesus Christ change a lot of hearts in my 48 years on this earth, Steve. I've seen my Lord and Savior do some miraculous things with people who I thought for sure would never be able to be changed. You know, if the Lord Jesus could take a murderer like Tex Watson, save him from a devil's red hell, and even from prison, have a successful ministry, he can do it with anybody. You have to give Jesus a chance. Just like, you know, we talking about sponsor, you know, giving Stay-Bill a chance, giving Hot Shot a chance, it heals your engine. If you give Jesus Christ a chance, one drop of that blood that was shed at Calvary's cross can cleanse a whole lot of things, but you got to give him a chance. You got to give him a chance. But, man, Steve, I'm going to be off Thursday and Friday. You know, it's going to be Halloween, and I personally don't celebrate it, but there's a lot of crazy Cajuns down here in Louisiana. They go all crazy, so I'm going to let them have it. They can go crazy and everything like that. I'm going to stay away, and so I'm going to be off. Get ready for my new washer and dryer that will be arriving. And I didn't want to have to buy one, but the dryer took a dump on me, so it don't work no more. And figured the washer's about almost 20 years old, and it's making noises now. I said, well, I looked at the wife. I said, well, Mama Rambler, I guess it's time we get the washer and dryer set. So it'll be delivered on Halloween night, on Halloween day, excuse me, on that Thursday. I do want to point out also that Thursday is the birthday of the greatest coach to ever coach the game. 17 seasons at the University of Alabama, Roll Tide Roll, 7 national championships. Nick Saban turned 73 years old on Halloween day. Yeah, I know, right? Boy, he's set up nice and pretty. Got a nice little gig with ESPN. You know, it is sad though when I watch game day, and I love Lee Corso, but Corso needs to go ahead and just step down and think about retiring, because it's starting to really show. And I hate that, because he's a real good dude. I've been following Corso for years, and I love his picks, and he puts on the mascot head, and that's like the highlight of it all. But you know, Corso really needs to think about this. Needs to be his last season doing college game day, and just right off into the sunset. Another person that needs to think about retiring, and it just made me sick, seeing Willie Nelson performing at Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
like, Willie, come on, man. I grew up loving your music. My mother was a diehard fan, had the biggest crush on you, and it just makes me sick, you know, seeing him doing that. But he is a hippie and a dope-smoking hippie. So I guess all that devil's lettuce got to him over the years. And I tell you someone else who I'm serious. There must be one brain cell floating around in that 91-year-old man's body. And for some odd reason, that brain cell decided that he wants to support, the way Judge Joe Brown called it, a hoe. He called her a hoe. He said, listen, I represented in Memphis pimps and hoes, and I know a hoe when I see a hoe. He said, and Kamala Harris ain't nothing but a hoe. And that's what Judge Joe Brown said. So I'm sorry, Willie. You need to ride off into the sunset, too, and let people remember your legacy and your great music you have with Waylon Jennings. But I tell you someone else who I'm very disappointed in. And this, you know me, I really don't follow much of modern wrestling. I mean, I like Cody Rhodes, what he's doing. And I like the storyline with Seth Rollins and all that stuff with WWE, and I love AEW. But what's really just kind of behooved me, and I guess when Undertaker threw him off that cage, it really did a lot of damage, is Mick Foley, Cactus Jack, Mankind, Dude Love, being in full support of Kamala Harris and being on CNN and bashing Trump. I'm like, Mick, come on, man. You know, why do you want to go and do this for? And then he calls himself a man of God. Really, he calls himself he don't call himself a preacher, but he's able to do marriages and stuff like that. He calls himself a man of the cloth, a man of God. I'm like, man, let me tell you something. If you want to call yourself a man of God, how can a man of God, like I said, support a party and a woman that wants to murder babies? Think about that. You know, not this man of God. No way, no how. So I'm sorry, Mick Foley. I lost a lot of respect for you. You entertained me throughout the years. I loved your matches. You had one of the best matches with Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid, that I never will forget. But obviously, too many chair shots to the head has done it to you. At least the Undertaker and Kane know where their bread is buttered, and they're aligning with Trump. And yeah, if y'all want to go listen to that podcast, Undertaker had President Donald Trump on his podcast. The podcast is called 6 Feet Under. Go to your Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you get your podcast. You can listen to that. And he had the president on for a whole hour, and it was a pretty good interview. So, well, Steve, that's about all I got right now. Want to just tell you, you know, you want to hear some good preaching, you know, straight from the Bible. What God delivers, he delivers. Come on, visit us at Determined Ministries Church. We're a church for you. You may be a Democrat. You may be a Republican. You know what? I don't care what you are. I want you to come and be with us at church. I will never reject you. And I may not be for the Democrats. And I may not be for a lot of things that are wrong in this world. But I am for Jesus. And you know why? Because Jesus loved you. Do you realize that Jesus did not come to the rich, wealthy? He came to the sick and the destitute. And if you're ate up with sin, and there's something going on with your life that you want changed, he ain't come to set you on fire. That's the devil's job. That's what he wants to do, take you to hell with him. Jesus came for you. And we want you to come to Determined Ministries Church because we're not going to judge you. I'm going to love you. And that's why I can say that, because I have the love of Jesus in my heart. And I'm going to say my famous words that I always say, and I mean every last word of it. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And one more thing before I go. If there's anybody else who has not called this show, please get the courage. It don't take much. Steve's an easy person to talk to. Please call up the show. He's got plenty of $60 vouchers he wants to give you. We love you, God's children. I'll call you another night. God bless everybody. Bye now.
Safe travels, Brother Rambler.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, then, of course, Steve Bannon out of prison and right back to work. After being released early this past morning, 1 week before the election, serving 4 months, convicted of contempt of Congress for failing to comply with a subpoena from the January 6th committee, established by Speaker Pelosi at the time. Of course, he was Trump's 2016 campaign CEO, and in the Trump White House called himself a political prisoner before reporting to the Federal Correctional Institute at Danbury, Connecticut back in July. I am proud of going to prison. If this is what it takes to stand up to tyranny, if this is what it takes to stand up to the corrupt criminal Department of Justice, if this is what it takes to stand up to Joe Biden, I'm proud to do it. So back to work yesterday on his War Room broadcast on Real America's Voice Network. He asserted that Nancy Pelosi sent me to a federal prison. She sent me to a federal prison as a political prisoner to do two things. To make sure that she tried to tamp down the power of this show, right? Tamp down the power of his program. Nancy Pelosi, take out your number 2 pencil and write this down. This show has never been more powerful. The voices behind it have never been more powerful. The audience has never been more powerful, he continued. He predicted that Trump and the Republicans will be delivering a knockout blow to Pelosi's progressive insanity come next Tuesday. The 4 months in federal prison not only did not break me, it empowered me. I am more energized and more focused than I've ever been in my entire life, and I can see clearly, just like in 2016 and 2020, exactly what's going on and what we have to do to defeat it. Now, you had the former White House aide, Peter Navarro, that also served a 4-month term in federal prison, not complying with the January 6th subpoena. He was released in time to be a featured speaker at the Republican National Convention back in July in Milwaukee, stating the D.C. swamped. They convicted me. They jailed me. Guess what? They did not break me. The Biden Department of Justice prosecuted both Bannon and Navarro in Washington, D.C. Yeah, the department has declined to prosecute Attorney General Merrick Garland, former Attorney General Eric Holder, former Internal Revenue Service official Lois Lerner. They all defied congressional subpoenas. Oh, but they were issued by Republican-led House committees. These other two, Bannon and Navarro, occurred during former President Barack Obama's administration. Do you see the double standard? Yeah, the hypocrisy, blatant from the left. All right, coming up, news break. Dingbat. Going to check in here. We'll get an update. And, of course, an industry update. Just how many loads were available on the DAT1 network last year. How are things looking when it comes to the trends in van freight, line haul, reefer load posts, flatbed? The update from the trucker this past day. Got that coming up as well. First, we'll take care of business. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has framed Donald Trump as a threat to democracy in a major speech in Washington. The US Vice President delivered her so-called closing argument to voters at the Ellipse, a site next to the White House, where the then President Trump addressed a mob of supporters before they launched a deadly riot on Congress in an attempt to overturn the outcome of the last election. Benji Hire reports.
Tens of thousands of people attending this rally focus on a future of freedom and hope. But this speech was about symbolism as much as substance. The location, the American flags, the big USA banners, sending a message that, in the words of the Vice President, she's putting country above party. She drew a stark contrast between her and the former president, who she called an unstable wannabe dictator. She said that Donald Trump represents chaos and division, referencing the January 6th, 2021 attack on the US Capitol and his more recent controversial remarks about coming after his political opponents, people he brands as enemies from within.
Donald Trump's campaign has condemned comments from Joe Biden, claiming the president called Trump supporters garbage. The White House says Biden was describing hateful rhetoric as garbage, not Trump supporters. The US says it's deeply concerned by an Israeli airstrike on northern Gaza, which the Hamas-run health ministry says left at least 93 people dead or missing. Israel says it's looking into reports of civilians being harmed in the strike on the town of Beit Lahia. Meanwhile, 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed in northern Gaza. It comes as international concern mounts about Israeli legislation to prevent the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees operating in Israel. Dr. Hussam Zomlot, head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, says it would have a devastating impact.
It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline for the people in Gaza. UNRWA service the majority of people in Gaza in terms of health education. I was educated by UNRWA. I was born in a refugee camp. So does UNRWA in the West Bank and in the region, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan. This is literally a lifeblood for the Palestinian people.
Starbucks is reportedly telling corporate employees to return to the office or risk being fired. Tony Waterman reports.
Starting in January, Starbucks will institute an accountability process to make sure workers are complying with its hybrid office policy, and the penalty for non-compliance could be termination. That is according to an internal memo seen by the Wall Street Journal. It's been nearly 2 years since the company mandated corporate employees spend at least 3 days a week in the office. And the company's new CEO, who commutes 1,000 miles via corporate jet, told workers last month that there is power in having everybody together.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, happy hump day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Warming up to 78, both Fort Wayne and Sterling Heights today. I'll be finishing today up, and I'll be on vacation for a week. Voted early last night. Stood in line for an hour and a half. Wow. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip back again. Roll on from Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. All right, thanks for taking care of that early vote before vacation time. And there's Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners. We're to the halfway point, making our way toward the weekend. Let's get the day started. See what it brings us. Oh, there she is, the dingy dingbat. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, you were talking about that toilet paper thing. I think I need to call Eskimo Mom and Brain Dead to bring me some up there to the secret bumper and do something for you.
Come on, be honest. When you were younger, how many times did you get out and throw eggs and TP?
I cannot confirm nor deny that.
Go figure. Yeah, me too.
But just want to give feedback what Gilligan was talking about, St. Jude, and Brain Dead was talking about St. Jude. You know, he founded Truckers for Hope, and talking about that was a really emotional day when I first started doing it with him. That was just emotional.
So Truckers for Hope, I kind of remember that. Who all was involved in that?
Well, Brain Dead started it, and what we do is we take a truck down to St. Jude, straight off the market, clean, let the kids hop in, blow the horn, you know, get the feeling of a truck, you know, so they don't get their mind off of what's really going on with them.
Right.
Then a couple hours later, we go to Ron McDonald House and cook a meal for the kids. And to see all these kids come in, you know, I can say multiple stories that I see, and it's mentally draining because, you know, you think you have everything perfect in your world, and you see a kid who's in a wheelchair that's fighting for its life, or in readmission, or just got back from chemo.
So he's hoping maybe, as he said, maybe one day to get something going again.
Yeah, and hopefully it will kick up because I miss it.
So how's the knee feeling, Dingbat? Doing better?
It's doing good. I love the nerve block. Let's just say it that way.
Well, good deal. Well, it's good to hear from you,
But
Dingbat.
also,
What else you got?
I got one more thing.
Yeah.
I got one more thing. You know, I used to work at FedEx, and I just got a text message from a pilot of mine that FedEx Hub went down for a couple hours tonight.
Really?
I mean, it was hard to bring planes in. They lost their computers, cameras, everything, even the tower.
Wow.
So hopefully FedEx will get everything in situated.
All right, I'll see if I can find anything more on that. I'll do a quick search here, see what we can come up with. Thank you very much, Dingbat. Probably one of those, like an internet outage kind of thing that happens from time to time, right? So maybe some packages run a little bit behind, you think? All right. Let's see, there were 1.94 million loads available on the DAT1 network last week, down 10% compared to the previous week, but 19% higher compared to week 43 of last year, according to the DAT1 press release. There were 335,458 available trucks, which was a 1.5% decline week over week. Promising trends, they say, in van freight. Excluding the pandemic-affected 21 and 22 van loads posts for week 43 were 27% higher than in previous years, according to an industry analyst. Van capacity was flat compared to the previous week, pushing the dry van load-to-truck ratio lower. That's still stronger compared to other years. Only 2021 had a higher week 43 when the van ratio was 5.25. Now, according to Croak, the line haul van rate was pretty much unmoved at $1.65 a mile. The national average line haul van rate was virtually unchanged for the fourth straight week. Now, this is 3 cents lower than the 3-month trailing average, but 11 cents higher than the same time last year. National reefer loads postings dropped by 15% last week. After a surge the previous week, this decrease was partly due to an 8% drop in produce volumes in California compared to the previous week. However, reefer load posts on DAT1 were 6% higher than last year. Meanwhile, flatbed rates continued to dip. Croak added that the national average line haul flatbed rate fell a penny to $1.97 a mile, 2 cents lower than the 3-month trailing average, with load volume up 7% week over week, 3% month over month. Now, he said weaker prices signal ample capacity in the market at this point in time. Let's see if we got, is this Tom? Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well. What's happening?
Oh, nothing. I just figured I'd follow Rambler's suggestion and call in. I've been listening for many, many years, and I just thought I'd call in and say hi and tell you how much I appreciate your show, and it kept me awake for many, many nights.
So what took you all this time to dial us up?
Well, just being a coward, I guess, as Brother Rambler said. I guess we had to find some courage.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I just, I do really appreciate it, and I enjoy listening to everybody, and I think I used to work for the same company Scarecrow worked for years ago, and I just wondering if you ever found out what happened to him. Is he coming back, or...
I haven't really got an update. I mean, Captain Ron earlier this week mentioned that he was able to get a hold of him, and yes, he did have a motorcycle incident, and I guess he's waiting for word sometime in November about whether he's actually going to be able to get back on the road or not. That's about all I know.
Well, driving a motorcycle at his age, maybe he should have put training wheels on it, right?
Yeah.
Anyway... So anyway, I got a little thing that the wife showed me on the web or Facebook, whatever she was on. This guy died and he went to heaven. He spent a few days there and he looked at St. Peter and he says, "It's kind of boring here." He said, "I'd like to see what hell's like." So St. Peter says, "Okay, I'll send you down there. Tell me which one you want. After one day, just make a decision." So the guy went to hell and he thought, well, it's going to be sulfur and smoke and all that, but he got down there and the devil met him in a 3-piece suit, showed him a beautiful hotel with a great big suite, and he just had to do whatever he wanted all day, play golf, go fishing, do whatever. And he went to bed that night, big beautiful bed, and he got up in the morning and St. Peter says, well, so what's your choice? And the guy says, well, not to put heaven down, but he said, that was a great time. He said, I think I'd like to spend the rest of eternity in hell. So St. Peter said, well, okay, here you go. Sent him back down there, and when the elevator doors opened up, it was nothing but smoke and sulfur and burning flesh. And the guy looked at the devil, and he said, what happened to the hotel? And the devil looked right at him and said, we were campaigning. You done made your choice.
Oh.
So just remember that one. Just remember that when election time comes and your life goes on, right?
There you go. Great parallel. Well, Tom, I appreciate it. We got your number down here. First-time caller, $60 code for Hot Shot Secret.
All right, sir. You have a great night, and God bless.
Thank you for listening all these years. And, don't be a stranger, right? Pick up the phone, dial that number. What do you say, hippopotamus?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, listening a little bit to your newscast and that, did I catch this right, that the CEO of Starbucks there is wanting everybody back at work? Is that the one that I heard? And he thinks it'd be good for everybody to be there because he commutes 1,000 miles every day in his corporate jet?
I don't know. Is that what they were saying, like the 1,000-mile commute? I mean, obviously they're talking about this. It's the corporate workers. I don't know how many corporate workers they've got, but yeah.
Yeah. So, isn't Starbucks supposed to be green? Why would he be commuting 1,000 miles with a jet?
Oh boy. Yeah, right.
I just, why don't you move closer to your job? Or, I don't know. It must be nice to be able to burn that kind of fuel all the time, going back and forth to work. But the only other thing I heard on the news there is I heard there's some of these people that are upset about the way the Taliban are treating the women over in Afghanistan since our spectacular retreat.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about that?
We retreated from there, right?
Yeah.
Now, are they surprised that an extremist Islamic fascist type faction of that part of the world is treating women that way? Or does it really come as a surprise to them? I mean, probably they're lucky that they're actually letting any of them live that actually talk to Americans.
Yeah.
So, it's not that it's anything pretty or should be happening, but it's their way of life has been for thousands of years, and I mean these people follow this to the extreme that they do, and I don't understand why people are completely surprised and shocked that it's happening.
So if you're in your own home and you've got, I guess the way it sounds, if you've got neighbors over, someone that's not from your family, your immediate family, the woman is not allowed to speak.
Talk.
Are the neighbors? Do the neighbors turn them in, saying she spoke to me? I mean, what?
Well, that or the husband dishes out the discipline right then. I mean, you might all the discipline might happen right in the house, judge, jury, and executioner.
Wow.
So, but that's the thing is that we turned it back over to that. I mean, we didn't leave it to make sure it was in any operating condition of freedom that we know and we agree with. So I don't know. I still can't get past that some of these people are so surprised that other people don't realize that there's not the freedoms in this world that we have in this country. And I'll tell you what, even just going down to the 3 islands that we were at, is all you got to do is visit there and get away from the resort area and the beach area, and you actually go out into the heart of the island and see what the actual people are there. And you definitely will be glad to come back and see why so many try to come across the border that are here illegally. But but I mean, we got others in here that are here for bad reasons, but the ones that are coming here because this is the greatest country there is by without a doubt. So, anyways, with that, Your Honor, that's about what I got going for you there. I don't know. Keep getting tweaked by listening to your news. Maybe you'll have to do something like a sing-along or something when your news is on. Cut out some of it. It was nice being gone and unplugged for 10 days and being on the ship. It was kind of nice to come back. And so, anyway, we'll let you go with that, Your Honor, and we'll...
For the most part, it seems like nothing really changed. In those essentially 10 days, we were kind of out of the loop. You come back and, all the same old going on. All right, we got a mail-in balloting. With all the things we've covered, even this morning, the issues in Pennsylvania, ballots falling out of the back of the van in Miami-Dade County, drop-off ballot boxes being lit on fire in Oregon, Washington. The Federal Election Commission, the FEC Commissioner Trey Traynor, said this past day that there needs to be changes in the election process in some states as, quote, mail-in balloting is always rife with all sorts of fraud and abuse. As I mentioned, Monday, several ballot boxes in Vancouver, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, targeted with incendiary devices, causing hundreds of mail-in ballots to be destroyed. Traynor said that the destruction of ballots is just one element in the inherent risk of using drop boxes. We've seen and heard of all the problems with ballots on the front and the fraud that's created, so all these states that use mail-only ballots need to look at their systems and get back to something that allows for checks and balances. He was appearing on National Report. Traynor added he's hopeful the FBI and law enforcement will find the perpetrators, but cautioned we don't know the motive yet of these individual acts. The host played a clip of the county chair, Jessica Vega, urging residents to not let those incidents of arson keep you from expressing yourself with your vote. I hope that these are prosecuted as terrorist acts, because the fact that an election administrator has to come out and say, don't let this deter you from voting, really speaks to the terroristic activity, she said. But the question of the hundreds of ballots destroyed, how do the individuals affected know? I mean, I think they were trying to get the word out. If you dropped your ballot, if you put your ballot in this particular drop box, between the hours of Saturday and Sunday, that ballot, the last pickup had been sometime like early Saturday. So they had all day Saturday, Sunday, and yes, there were hundreds of ballots in the box.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, in our final moments, real quick, enough time to, Philip mentioned earlier some various recalls. A massive electronic control unit equipment recall issued by Bendix has prompted a large vehicle recall by Volvo Trucks North America. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, these trucks are equipped with the Bendix EC80 advanced ECUs. Electrical noise and low signal to the power line carrier may cause the ECU to incorrectly process commands or stop working. Consequently, certain safety systems that depend on the ECU may perform poorly or totally lose functionality, which would increase the risk of a crash. Some of these components that rely on it include the automatic traction control, the anti-lock braking system, electronic stability control, active cruise control, and the collision mitigation system. Now, they say defective EC80 ECUs were installed in towing vehicles. As of Wednesday, October 23rd, Volvo Trucks had reported 55 warranty claims where the ABS light came on and the feature went offline without the other safety systems in use. To date, no field reports, crashes, or injuries, but authorized dealers, they tell us, will reprogram the ECU software for free. Notification letters to owners of the affected trucks will be going out December 13. Now, this Volvo recall stems from a larger Bendix ECU recall several weeks ago on October 11. That recall affects more than 400,000 ECUs that were sold to Volvo Trucks as well as Navistar. As of this past day, Navistar had not yet issued a recall, but I'm sure that's going to be forthcoming. Have a great hump day. I hope you'll join us back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.